Hi everyone, welcome again to the Nutrition Leadership Network meeting. We are moving forward together, which is awesome. We did that yesterday, we're going to continue that today. For those of you who were not with us yesterday, my name is Dina Herman, and I'm the director of the UCLA MCH Nutrition Leadership Training Program, which is supported by HRSA and the Maternal and Child Health Bureau. And I just wanted to introduce my university partners at our various institutions. So if you could just say a quick hello while I call out your name and institution, that'd be great. Colorado State University, Leslie.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. Really looking forward to today's session.
Hawaii, Manoa. Monica, if you're here. I don't know that you've joined us just yet. Oregon Health Sciences University, Sandy. University of Washington, Seattle, Kristen.
I'm sorry. Hi, everybody. It's Sandy.
Hi, Sandy. Put your camera on so we can see you.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I'm here.
Okay. We'll take your word for it. Kristen?
Hello, everybody. I'll be hosting the show today.
You will.
Along with Dina.
Yep, absolutely. Also, our collaborators at UC Berkeley. I don't know if Barbara's with us today, but I see Carol down there. Want to say hi, Carol? And hi, also Arizona State University, Meg Bruning. I don't know that she's made it yet either, but hopefully we'll cue her a little bit later. And yeah, so we're all here today supporting you. We welcome you. We're so happy that you're back to our second day of the meeting. I just wanted to read a couple of ground rules for us to help us have a smooth meeting today. First of all, if you haven't already, please rename yourself to include your state, if you're an NLN member or trainee, and if you've joined us today, you're an NLN member, so welcome. We're happy to have you as part of our group. Also, when you're not speaking, I can see that everyone's muted, but please stay muted. And when you are speaking, please turn your microphone on. Please use the chat feature to ask questions because there will be pauses during our presentations and we absolutely want to hear from you. My trainee, Aliyah Moradi Bidhendi, is with us today and she's going to help us field your questions. So we want to see everyone there in the chat room. And other than that, I just want to say, your contributions is what makes us a network. And so we want to definitely hear from you today in all of our sessions. And I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen, who's going to guide us through our program today. So thank you again, Kristen.
Yes, thank you so much, Gina. And thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. I'm first going to just give a quick overview of what you can expect for our afternoon that we have planned. For the first couple of hours, we'll be with Marie Spiker, and she'll be giving a presentation during the first part of that, and then she will guide us in some breakout rooms after we have a short break. Then at 3 o'clock, we'll be hearing from Valerie Bluebird Jernigan on food systems, food sovereignty, and CBPR with native populations. And then at 4 o'clock, we'll be hearing from Ade Romero Briones, as well as Valerie Segrest on food sovereignty, tribal issues in the current food economy. So we have a really exciting afternoon planned for you. But first of all, I would like to, I'm really proud to introduce my colleague, Marie Spiker. And so she's going to be up first. Marie Spiker is an assistant professor and core faculty at the University of Washington in the School of Public Health, where she teaches and conducts research at the intersection of food systems, nutrition, and public health. Dr. Spiker completed her PhD in human nutrition at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and is a registered dietitian nutritionist. Prior to her current role, she was the Healthy and Sustainable Food Systems Fellow at the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics Foundation. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Marie.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction. And I'm going to go ahead and just take a moment to get my slides up. And are you all able to see? It should be like a full screen slide. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, So it is really a pleasure and a privilege to be here. I have heard so many phenomenal things about this group, and the fact that you have a chance to gather over these 3 days and connect virtually is really something cool. And I know these are long sessions, and so I hope that you're taking breaks as you need them and stretching and all that good stuff. So I've been tasked with sort of setting the stage about food systems, and I'm going to do that in a way that helps us to see why it's so important for nutrition leaders to be engaged with core concepts in food systems. And then we'll also have a chance to practice some tools that help us to think at a systems level. My disclosures are shown here, as well as a little bit about my background. And what I want to call out, and Kristen had mentioned this as well, that prior to my current role, I was a fellow at the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics Foundation. And in this role, I was focused full-time for 2 years on really growing the capacity of the nutrition and dietetics profession to take our expertise in nutrition and bring it into this growing global dialogue on food systems. So this is something that I'm really passionate about. And please feel free to reach out to me at the contact information here. So I'm going to present for about 45 minutes. We'll try to leave a few minutes at the end to take questions. We'll do a break, and then we'll come back for an hour of interaction in breakout rooms. They've got some fun stuff for us. So I want to start with the 30,000 foot view, just a few big picture things that let you know how I'm coming to the table and how I'm thinking of major nutrition and food systems challenges. So the first big picture thing is that most countries are dealing with multiple burdens of malnutrition. This graphic comes to us from the Global Nutrition Report, which is a great resource. And the US falls into this category that you see on the bottom here of a country that's dealing with the burden of overweight only. But we have countries like Nigeria and Malaysia that are dealing with not only overweight, but also stunting and anemia, which here they're using as a proxy for multiple micronutrient deficiencies. And of course, we are familiar with these figures. We know that globally around 1 in 3 people are overweight or obese, 1 in 5 children worldwide are stunted, and micronutrient deficiencies are thought to affect around 2 billion people globally. And another area where it's worth looking at the big picture is our global food supply. So on average, we have enough calories and protein for our current global population. But of course, we know there are big inequities in how these resources are distributed, both between countries and then within countries. And then, of course, we know that nutritional status requires more than just calories and protein. Most countries lack an adequate supply of micronutrient-rich food sources. And if we look at just a few examples here, so here in the US, we have available to us about 1.6 cups of vegetables per person per day, which falls short of our recommended 2.5 cups. So if tomorrow everyone in America decided that we're gonna do our 5 a day and we have the means and the resources to do so, we wouldn't actually have enough supply to support that, at least not in the short term, at least not tomorrow. And globally, it's the same story. About half of the world lives in countries where that do not have the World Health Organization target of 400 grams of fruits and vegetables per person per day available in the food supply. And this gap is projected to widen as we look to a future with a growing population and increasingly volatile climate. And if we look at seafood as another example, if we wanted to meet our recommendations, we'd need to approximately double the US seafood supply. So all of this is important because people can't follow our recommendations to eat nutritious foods if those foods are not in the food supply, or if once they're there, they're not accessible or affordable. And another big picture item is that our food systems have a big environmental footprint. So agricultural practices account for about 11% of global greenhouse gas emissions, 1/3 of land use, and 70% of water that's withdrawn for human purposes. And then despite this big footprint, we waste about 1/3 of everything that's produced globally. So some work that I did a few years ago with Ronnie Neff at Johns Hopkins showed that here in the US, our food discards just at the retail and the consumer levels alone contain the equivalent of about 2/3 of our iron RDA for the whole country, 40% for calcium, and 20% of our fiber RDA. And these are just a few examples of the nutrients that we waste when we waste foods. So overall, we are dealing with a situation where we have maybe enough food, but maybe not enough of the right kinds of foods, the most nutrient-rich foods. What we have is not evenly distributed. It's not always available in a way that can meet our micronutrient needs at a population level. We waste a lot along the way, and the way we produce it has a large footprint. So this brings into view for us that many of our most pressing nutrition issues have at their root food systems issues. So I want to define what I mean by food systems, and then I'm going to take you all on a quick tour of global food systems. So there are a lot of definitions floating around, and there's no such thing as a single food system. So we usually refer to it in the plural. But I want to offer up this one framing from Ronnie Neff and Bob Lawrence at Hopkins, and they define the food system as a system encompassing all the activities and resources that go into producing, distributing, and consuming food. It's the drivers and the outcomes of those processes, and it's the extensive and complex relationships between system participants and components. This is a big definition. There's a lot of parts to unpack, and so we'll spend a few moments doing just that. So at the end of the food systems tour we're going to go on, I'll introduce a conceptual framework from the United Nations high-level panel of experts. For now, I'm showing just a simplified version of the framework to give you a preview of what you're going to see on the tour. So the food systems definition that we're using described 3 distinct stages: producing, distributing, and consuming food. And these map on to the 3 major components of the food system that are shown in bold here. So our food supply chains, food environments, and consumer behavior. And taken together, we know that food supply chains, environments, and consumer behavior influence dietary intake. Our dietary intake, of course, leads to outcomes for nutrition and health, but it also leads to broader environmental, economic, and social outcomes. And then there are these underlying drivers that influence all components. And Ronnie Neff and Bob Lawrence, they also mention these extensive and complex relationships between system participants and components. And we'll get into a little bit of these later. But for now, let's go on this global food systems tour. So we produce many different kinds of foods. We grow plants on land, we harvest plants from the sea, we consume animals and animal products, both from land and marine animals. And we also produce food for many purposes. Sometimes it's for subsistence, sometimes it's for income, and sometimes we produce food for community and for connection to land and traditional knowledge. And we also produce food at many different scales. So the average farm size in India, for example, is about 1.3 hectares, so less than the size of 2 football fields, whereas the average farm size here in the US is about 179 hectares. About 12% of the world's land, agricultural land, is cultivated on small farms, and about 75% globally are family-run farms. And we produce food using different ways of providing and recycling nutrients. So shown here are composting rows, a synthetic fertilizer plant, a farmer applying fertilizer to their field, an aquaponics facility, and then on the bottom right, a lagoon with cattle manure, where these biosolids might be applied back to fields as fertilizer. Another important part of the food system is water. So here we can see a few different ways of supplying water to crops. A center pivot irrigation system on the top left. When you're looking out the window of an airplane, this is the kind of thing you're likely to see. On the top right is a drip irrigation system that delivers the water like right in close to the roots. On the bottom left is an irrigation canal that's along a wheat field in India. And then on the bottom right, we see wetland rice production. And we have different methods of on-farm storage. So these are storage bins for grains in India on the left, and then Indiana on the right. And in the center, these are ag extension workers teaching growers to use these triple layered plastic bags that were developed at Purdue University. They're called PICS bags to prevent pests from consuming their crops. And then once food leaves the farm, it can face a really long and circuitous journey. So the vegetables in this truck on the left in India may not fare as well as the vegetables transported in the refrigerated truck shown in the middle. And then on the right, you can see the refrigeration units on a big shipping container on a cargo ship. And of course, in these last week, we were all thinking a lot about cargo ships and global trade. And the way that we distribute foods looks really different from one place to the next. So shown here are wholesale markets and produce distribution centers around the world. And the infrastructure of these markets influences factors like food safety, perishability, food prices, and food loss and waste. And our methods of sorting and processing food are an important point of intervention for nutrition and food safety. We can influence ingredients and processing methods in ways that might affect taste, nutrient content, and shelf life. And our methods of packaging foods also have a bearing on both nutrition and sustainability. And our food system involves many different workers who face a whole wide variety of occupational exposures, many of those which have been really much in the spotlight with the COVID-19 pandemic. And then we get to our food environments, and the places that we purchase and consume food have so many characteristics. Is the food available? Is it affordable? Is it safe? What kind of information do we have access to, including the information that we access voluntarily or the information that we get involuntarily, like advertising? We sell food in markets for people to prepare at home, and we sell foods that are prepared away from home. In 2010, for the first time since the USDA has been reporting this data, Americans spent more money on food away from home than they did on foods prepared at home. And of course, COVID-19 changed this trend, and it remains to be seen how this might stabilize in the long term. And as consumers, our food-related behaviors are complex. So the motivations behind our food choices might include taste, convenience, habit, familiarity, health, or other aspirational goals. And some of our food-related behaviors may be driven less by choice and more by circumstance, of course, including circumstances rooted in structural inequities, such as lack of access to affordable and nutritious foods. And there's the foods that we eat, but then there's also the food that we waste. So of course, we know globally we waste around 1/3 of what is produced, and if food waste were a country, it would be the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases behind China and the US. And as nutrition professionals, of course, we know that diets affect human nutrition and health. Poor diet quality is the leading cause of mortality worldwide. The Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation here at UW estimates that about 1 in 5 deaths globally have as their main risk factor suboptimal dietary intake. And what's becoming more clear to us as a field is that our diets also have broader environmental, economic, and social impacts. And we'll unpack some of those later in this presentation. But we can also take a step back and look at some of the underlying drivers that shape the whole food system. So these include environmental, technological, and political and economic drivers, and sociocultural and demographic drivers. And I always like to highlight gender as a particularly important sociocultural driver within food systems. There are gendered implications for everything from who is doing agricultural labor and who has access to agricultural extension agents to who's preparing the meal and who's determining the composition of that family meal. So at the end of our tour here, I want to pull things together with a conceptual framework. And this framework comes to us from the report that's shown here, which is one of many from the United Nations high-level panel of experts on food security and nutrition. So for just a moment, I'll show the simplified framework, and we can see how the simplified version maps onto the full version from the HLPE, which shows some additional detail. And what I really like about this framework is that it invites people to the table. So at the same time that it shows us that the causes of malnutrition are numerous, it also shows us that there are many different kinds of actors who have the potential to intervene in a positive way. So you might be able to pinpoint on this framework where you sit in your primary role, and you might be able to pinpoint parts of the food system where you have ongoing collaboration, as well as places where you would really like to have more connections and more collaboration, because we know that moving the needle on nutrition and health outcomes is going to require a lot of coordination throughout this system. So our food systems tour shows us that food systems exist, they're important, they're complex, but I want to take a little bit of time to unpack how exactly food systems affect nutrition and health. Because when we start to think about the specific mechanisms, then we can then think about how to create change in a meaningful way and how we might measure what meaningful change looks like. So we're going to come back to the simplified version and use this as sort of a foundation to build on. And I want to introduce this concept of entry points and exit points for nutrition. There's a great book chapter, it's cited here. It's from Jess Bonzo and colleagues about how there are entry points and exit points for nutrition throughout the food system. And the goal is we want to maximize those places where nutrition is entering the system, and we want to minimize the places where it's exiting. So here I'm drawing from Jess Bonzo's work. I'm plugging it into this simplified version of the UN framework. I'm adding a little bit of new information, and I'm focusing just on the entry points. So as we think about entry points throughout the food system, in the supply chains part of the food system, our entry points for nutrition include things like breeding practices. So that might include practices that focus on nutrient content, like biofortification. It might also include breeding practices that promote climate resilience and that decrease losses. So for example, could we have tomato varieties that are more resilient to transportation on bumpy roads? And then food storage and preservation practices, these are another entry point for nutrition, where again, the goal is not just to explicitly preserve nutritional value, but we're also wanting to avoid food safety issues through contamination. We're wanting to decrease losses. We're wanting to prevent the growth of things like aflatoxin that we know may be linked to childhood stunting. And then with food processing, there's a whole wide range of possibilities here. So it's not just fortification, but it's also reformulation of whole product lines. And when we look at food environments, both the availability and the affordability of nutritious foods influences human nutrition. And then practices that decrease food loss and waste are another entry point for nutrition. And so too are environmental cues that might promote the consumption of nutritious foods, whether those involve product placement, signage, or behavioral nudges. At the consumer level, there's a whole wide world of entry points for nutrition, and here I've distilled it into knowledge related to food acquisition and preparation, food choices, and the reduction of waste at the consumer level, which can take place in households, but also schools and restaurants. And then here on the top right, you'll see that an individual's health status is another entry point for nutrition. Our ability to absorb and utilize the nutrients we consume depends on the health and the resilience of those enteric cells that are the gateway from our intestinal system into the blood. So this is not exhaustive, but it's intended to show that the entry points for nutrition are really distributed throughout the entire food system. And at this point, we're going to do one more run through this diagram. So you're going to be really familiar with this. But this time I want to talk about how we characterize the impact of food systems on nutrition. So this is all about how we measure and how we assess whether the system is changing. Again, it's not exhaustive, and it's just intended to give you a sense of the big picture. And the take-home message of this slide when I finish building here will be that there are many points and scales at which we can measure impact on nutrition. Sometimes the things we measure are really proximal to human health, and sometimes they're a bit more distal. They're further up the supply chain. And this does make it challenging for us as we try to determine which interventions are meaningful. So in looking at food supply chains, in some cases, we might characterize what's going on at the ecosystems level by looking at things like biodiversity or climate resilience. We can look at the level of agricultural practices or supply chains, or we can characterize whole food systems. So some people have developed food systems typologies, and they're looking to see how nutrition outcomes might differ between settings that have more informal or more industrialized food systems. In looking at food environments, in some cases, we might characterize food environments at the neighborhood level, at the marketplace level, or at the level of individual foods. So what are their nutrient profiles, or how are they labeled in these environments? For consumer behavior, again, there are multiple scales. We can look at households, individuals, or foods. I've included food security here at the household level, although we know there's a whole array of food security measurement tools that we could plug into many parts of this food systems framework. And what's noting here is that consumer behavior is complex. So yes, there is that component of knowledge and preference and motivation, but it's all layered on top of situational and structural factors that affect food security and purchasing power. And when it comes to diets, similarly, we have many ways that we characterize diets. And so here I've distilled it into ways that we might characterize the adequacy or quantity of diets, ways we measure the quality, and ways we measure the diversity of dietary intake. And here too, we do a lot at the level of foods, nutrient profiling, and other characteristics. And then this is the piece that may be a little less familiar, which is that when we look at broader impacts of our food system, there's a whole suite of ways that we can characterize environmental impacts. So we might be looking at greenhouse gas emissions, but also land use, water use, and air quality. We can also look at economic implications, and here there's two sides of the coin. So one side is, are foods available for us as consumers? And the other side is, are agricultural livelihoods viable for producers and workers? And we can also look at social impact. So this goes so much deeper than just cultural acceptability. Do people want to eat these foods or not? But there's food security, food equity, and food justice, and food sovereignty. And I'm so glad that we have speakers here today who can share their work on food justice and food sovereignty. And then here in the top right, related to impacts on nutrition and health, we see some very familiar things. So anthropometric indicators, biomarkers, clinical outcomes, morbidity, and mortality. And then one last thing I want to add here are these labels. So these don't correspond perfectly, but I want to make sure that when you see these terms, that we have an appreciation for how distinct they are. So food production, food supply, food purchase, food consumption, and nutritional status all represent different parts of food systems. I see people all the time conflating them, and I like to give people the tools to keep these as distinct and clear as possible. And the last label I'm putting on here is the label of sustainability, which kind of wraps around what you see here. Sustainability is multidimensional. If a food system doesn't promote human nutrition and health, that is not a sustainable food system. So this slide has a lot going on, but when I look at it, a couple things come to mind. So one is that ultimately, our goal as nutrition professionals is to move the needle on nutritional status, to see some meaningful change there. But doing that is going to require coordination throughout this whole system. It is so rare that we're going to have a single intervention that on its own can produce a meaningful change in nutritional status. There was a great series in the Lancet in 2013 on maternal and child health, and it really solidified the use of the term nutrition sensitive. So people will talk about nutrition sensitive agriculture or nutrition sensitive education, as for example, agricultural or educational programs that don't have the explicit goal of nutritional status, but they may very well do that. And so we often see nutrition sensitive used in this way to describe specific sectors like agriculture or education. But I'd like us to think broadly about a nutrition sensitive food system and how we can get there. And when we're evaluating the literature on what works and what doesn't, we have to keep in mind that not everything is going to be a silver bullet. And we want actions throughout this whole food system to be nutrition sensitive. And from where I sit as a researcher, we may have to come up with a different way of conceptualizing what an effective food systems intervention is or not. So one example, so when we look at, so I want to use this framing to also introduce ways that people are starting to look at connections between different parts of the food system so that ultimately we see how things are connected into nutritional status. So one example is there's been a growing interest in whether increasing the diversity of what's grown on small scale subsistence farms can increase the diversity of what people are consuming in farming households. And from my reading of the literature, that the jury is still out. And another connection people are starting to examine in the literature is whether climate resilience or more so climate change is affecting the nutrient composition of crops. And so you might have seen headlines about whether higher atmospheric carbon dioxide levels might lead to lower levels of iron and zinc in certain cereal grains that make up the majority of the diet in some low and middle income countries. And this is another area where, again, the jury's still out. We know there is some impact of climate change on crop nutrient composition, but whether that impact is large enough to make a dent in nutritional status is something that's still being actively explored right now. And another connection that people are examining is the impact of our human dietary patterns on environmental outcomes, such as greenhouse gas emissions, land use, water use, and air quality. The resource intensiveness and the long-term sustainability of our dietary patterns is something that has been hotly debated. This is an area of the literature that continues to grow. And in a few moments, I have a few slides to help us unpack it a little bit more. But if you're interested in more on this topic, I would recommend this report from the Food and Agriculture Organization as a good place to start. It gives an overview of countries where food-based dietary guidelines have started to incorporate considerations related to sustainability, and it's got some good background information. So this all becomes such a challenging topic, especially when we're talking about things like the sustainability of dietary patterns, because there are so many different definitions of what we mean by sustainable and what we mean by a sustainable food system. And so I want to offer some concepts that lay the groundwork for how we think about what a sustainable, resilient, and healthy food and water system might look like. So in defining a few key terms, let's start with sustainability. And if we take the concept in isolation, sustainability is whether a system can be maintained over the long term. And so in the context of a food system, a sustainable food system is one that meets the needs of individuals and communities in the present moment without jeopardizing the ability of future generations to meet their needs. It's a system that can adjust over time to accommodate future generations. And one topic that really illustrates the importance of sustainability is soil health, which is the capacity of the soil to function as a vital living organism that sustains plants, animals, and humans. The USDA tracks soil erosion on agricultural lands. In 2007, about 28% of all cropland was eroding above soil loss tolerance rates, and this compares to 40% of all cropland in 1982. And soil health is a good illustration of the importance of sustainability because the soil management decisions that are made today have a very tangible impact on the ability of future generations to grow adequate amounts of nutritious crops. And then the counterpart to sustainability here is resilience. So resilience on its own refers to the ability of a system to withstand or adapt to disturbances over time. And so for something to last a long time, it's got to be able to withstand disruptions. A resilient food system can withstand or rebound more quickly to disruptions like climate change, natural disasters, disease epidemics. We're very familiar with this one. Political or economic crises or rapid urbanization is another kind of disruption. And I'm sure we can all think of many communities that in the past year have experienced many of these disruptions simultaneously. And so when we talk about resilience, one thing that comes to mind is, of course, the impact of COVID-19 on our food supply chain. So we've seen a whole range of impacts ranging from situations where we anticipated really big shortages and those maybe didn't materialize to situations where we had shortages of things we might never have anticipated, like toilet paper, of course. And then another important keyword to bring things together here, I want to make sure we spend a few moments on the concept of equity because it's so fundamental to both sustainability and resilience. So when it comes to long-term sustainability, we know that some of our communities are less likely to have their needs met both right now and in the future. And it's so important to always look at resilience through that equity lens because we know that some communities are hit harder by disruptions and they take longer to bounce back. And one helpful way of understanding equity is to think about how it differs from equality. So I appreciate this quote from Paula Dressel from the Race Matters Institute, who said that the route to achieving equity will not be accomplished through treating everyone equally. It will be achieved by treating everyone justly according to their circumstances. So there's some examples here that illustrate how working towards equity requires that we understand the context of existing differences and gaps, whether those gaps pertain to things like access to services and technology, wages, land, life expectancy, or the availability of nutritious foods. And the graphic that's shown here, this is one you might have seen before. I love it. It places equity in the wider context of equality, but also justice, showing that whereas equity is about mobilizing resources in a way that acknowledges people's differing circumstances, justice is about actually changing those underlying circumstances to address the root causes of inequality. So when you hear people talking about food justice, they are talking about working at a systemic level to change underlying circumstances. And seeing equality, equity, and justice juxtaposed in this way, it helps us to understand some of the different terminologies that are used in the food world. So when we're talking about food security, that's a distinct concept from food justice, which is also distinct from food sovereignty, where food sovereignty involves the right of people to define and to have agency over how they're producing food. So again, our next speakers this afternoon will help us to do a deeper dive here, but I just wanted to plant a few seeds to help us start thinking about these concepts. And when we put it all together, a sustainable, resilient, healthy food and water system is one in which all individuals have equitable access to a safe, adequate, and secure supply of food and water that supports optimal health both now and in the future. This definition comes from the 2020 Standards of Professional Performance for Dietitians Working in Sustainable Food Systems, which is also the source of the figure shown here. And this figure illustrates that sustainable food systems are at the intersection of four domains: nutrition and health, economic vitality, social, cultural, and ethical capital, and environmental stewardship. And I find this framework really empowering as a nutrition professional because, again, a food system that doesn't support nutrition and health is not a sustainable food system. So when you find yourself talking about sustainability with your patients and clients, with other professionals, or with policymakers, you might have found that the term can be really polarizing. And that's because people come to the table with their own definitions. And this slide is intended to help us find some common ground about what we mean and what we don't mean when we're talking about sustainability in the context of food systems. So sustainability is not just one thing. It's not just about the environment. It's not just about the future, like a later thing for someone else to think about. It's not something that consumers should try to buy. We're not going to purchase our way into sustainability, right? It's about changing the system so that those default options available to all of us work better for all of us. And sustainability is not just something that only a couple specialized practitioners should be thinking about. It's really fundamental to the practice of nutrition. And I love these words from Fred Kirschenman, that sustainability is a process. It's not a prescription. So in the next few slides, I want to zoom in on this domain of environmental stewardship here, and not because it's the most important, but because it tends to get a lot of attention in research and in the media. And I want to give you just a little bit of language and tools so that when you see this conversation happening, that you are equipped to take part. So the big picture about environmental stewardship is that it's a two-way street. The environment affects human diets and human diets affect the environment. So when we think of ways that human diets affect the environment, because we require natural resources to produce, distribute, acquire, and prepare foods, of course, our diets have an environmental footprint. Different foods and farming practices can vary in their resource intensity and their effects on the environment. And in the coming slides, I want to provide a few examples just to show the messiness of this area and some of the nuance here. So there are different kinds of environmental impact. Greenhouse gases is just one of them, and foods can really vary in their greenhouse gas emissions. And we can look at some of these interesting differences both between and within food groups. So as just one example, rice tends to have a higher CO2 emissions per kilo than potatoes because rice fields need to be flooded for the seeds to germinate, and those flooded rice fields release methane. Beef tends to have higher emissions per kilo than poultry because ruminant livestock, they release methane, and also more land is required for grazing and growing feed to get the cattle to their market weight. But then even if we look within a single food, things can start to get a little nuanced. So beef that's finished on grass tends to have a higher carbon footprint than beef finished on feedlots because the cows eating grass, they take a longer time to reach their market weight than those that are eating corn-based rations. And then the same exact food can have two different footprints based on supply chain factors. So transporting foods by air might emit 50 times as much as transporting foods by boat. So that's just greenhouse gas emissions. And then foods can also differ in their water use. And you might have foods that are good for greenhouse gas emissions, bad for water use. So just a couple examples. So producing rice requires more water than potatoes. Again, the paddy fields need to be flooded. Meat production requires more water than vegetable due to the water required to grow animal feed. And then compared to beef on feedlots, beef finished on grass requires less blue water, which comes from irrigation, but more green water, which comes from rainfall. And then to add even a little bit more complexity, so foods differ not in just how much water they're using, but how their production affects water quality. So for example, excessive application of fertilizer on crops can cause nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus to run into fresh water and marine waterways. And then in some cases, food production practices can actually improve water quality. So for example, our bivalves, which include oysters, clams, mussels, and scallops, these are filter feeders. So they remove excess nitrogen from the water. And one fun fact is, one adult oyster can filter about 50 gallons of water a day. And New York's Hudson Bay used to have an oyster population that was large enough to filter the entire bay. So we could talk about each of the other domains in detail here, but I just wanted to start to draw you into this conversation so that I can leave you with the message that when we conceptualize sustainability as including multiple domains, things start to change. We see that achieving optimal nutrition and health are dependent on these other domains, but we also see that nutrition and health can accelerate and improve these other domains. This framing helps our colleagues in other sectors to see the value of nutrition. It helps us to identify potential collaborators, and it helps us to identify potential co-benefits and trade-offs. not every situation is going to be a win-win. So sometimes nutrition is going to align with other policies and agendas, and sometimes it won't. And the more clearly we can lay out these dynamics, the more effectively we can do our work. So at this point in the conversation, I often get the question, well, okay, all this sounds great, but like, what am I supposed to do about it? What's my role in it? So one message I hope to leave you with is that when we look at the whole food system, sometimes as a profession, we give up our power because we say, well, I don't have expertise in all those other parts of the system. I work in nutrition, talking about climate change, like that seems like it's sort of out of my scope or out of my lane. And I want to tell you that if our goal is to cultivate a more nutrition sensitive food system, one that more effectively supports human health, we have got to be at the table. Because if we are not at the table, other actors in the system will gladly drive the system according to other priorities, other agendas that don't actually support nutrition. So one way that you can contribute is to develop a familiarity with this ongoing food systems dialogue so that you can confidently take your expertise to the table when the opportunity presents itself. Again, a food system that doesn't support nutrition is not a sustainable food system. And so we as nutrition leaders really need to be a part of this conversation. So this figure is from John Ingram in the UK, and it describes what a future food systems workforce looks like. What would it look like to develop professionals that can take on these food systems challenges in a way that advances progress towards the 17 interlinked sustainable development goals? And here they show the values, skills, and knowledge that are characteristic of this future food systems workforce they're envisioning. And these are values, skills, and knowledge that I think really support effective nutrition practice. And they also help us to take our nutrition knowledge into that multi-sectoral food system space as well. So things like communicating effectively with a multi-sectoral team, drawing from different kinds of methods, embracing complexity using systems thinking, these things support all of our daily work in nutrition. And there's a piece of this, the systems thinking, that in our next hour here, we're going to have a chance to practice some skills from this area. And before we dive into that practice, I want to define what we even mean by systems thinking. So my favorite part of food systems is the system part. And a system is any network of interconnected parts that operate towards a purpose. And the word interconnected is really key here because it refers to the idea that changing one part of the system affects other parts. So there are different kinds of systems, and I've shown just a few here. A simple system might have just a couple elements, and those elements will be connected by relationships that are stable, known, and predictable. So, for example, the way a valve opens to let air into the engine of your car when you press the gas pedal, that is a relationship that is known, stable, and predictable. In a complicated system, there are many well-defined relationships that coexist with each other. So you can think of all the mechanical actions and chemical reactions that take place alongside each other when your car is operating. And yes, there can be a little bit of unpredictability and your car can break down, but overall that behavior of the system is fairly stable and predictable. When you get in the car, you sort of know what to expect. And then in a complex system, there are many coexisting relationships, but those relationships may not be well-defined, or they may not be knowable at all. And the nature of those relationships might change and adapt over time. So if you think about the way that humans interact with automobiles and the transportation industry and the way that cars have totally changed the way humans live our lives, that's an example of a complex system. And the food system is, of course, a complex system. So then we get into systems thinking, and systems thinking is a perspective of seeing and understanding the system as a whole rather than as a collection of parts. And it may seem abstract, but there are ways you can practice systems thinking in your day-to-day work. When working to address nutrition issues with your patient populations, you can think through root causes of the issues that you're seeing, as well as downstream effects of your interventions, both intended and unintended. And within the scope of your work, you may not be able to address all of the root causes, but you can be in communication and collaboration with others in the system who can. And these people might include other nutrition professionals, policymakers, food producers, food retailers, educators, and researchers. And when we're collaborating with people from other parts of the food system, we've got to take time to learn each other's professional languages. I can't tell you how many times I realized that, people were using different terminology to describe the exact same phenomenon. And we've got to take the time to listen and learn the priorities of other professionals and find common ground. For some people, nutrition may not ever be their top priority, and that's okay, but there may be ways that improved nutrition can help to advance their priorities. And we want to find out what those are. And we can identify others who can champion nutrition issues and get and keep them on the agenda. And this is my final slide before I do a couple minutes of Q&A, and then we take a 10-minute break. And this will look very familiar to some of you. It's an adaptation of a conceptual framework that was recently published in the Journal of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics from Angie Tagtow and from Dina and Leslie, who are here. So the full framework is in that paper, and this is just an adaptation. And I love this conceptual framework because it helps us to identify who our allies are along a whole spectrum of prevention. So as we think about the idea that, well, I'm just one person, how do I change food systems? This individual plus policy system and environmental change framework, it helps us to see that we have this whole spectrum of allies. So if you are a person whose daily work focuses on individual knowledge and behavior, you can be in partnership with others who might be working on community engagement, multi-sectoral collaboration, organizational policies, or legislation. And this meeting is a great example of what it looks like to take some of those partners and bring them together. So I will stop screen sharing and see if there's any Q&A. And then when we come back after our break, we'll have a chance for some group work in breakout rooms where we're going to think about how to foster some of these collaborations. But for now, I will stop screen sharing and see if there's anything from the moderators, any questions or any thoughts on timing here.
Thank you so much, Marie. That was an amazingly thorough overview of food systems. And we haven't gotten questions yet, so please go ahead and throw any questions that you may have in the chat.
Marie, I have a quick question for you while we're fielding questions. Thank you for the shout out. That's really nice of you. It just got published, so that's exciting, and I hope we get to share more of that. And your SOP document PP document is fantastic. I think there's a lot of gold in there that we need to pay more attention to. One thing that you mentioned, and we've talked about it here actually at this meeting before, is learning each other's professional languages. And that comes down to also a question for me is developing a common language. And I wonder, that's not easy, right? These are all busy folks here who are with us today. What would you recommend in terms of helping folks learn other people's professional languages?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
there's no easy way, but are there some shortcuts? How could you help us do that or think about that?
Yeah, Dina, that's a great question because so rarely do we have, are we going to take formal training? If I work with a biologist, I'm not going to go also become a biologist just so that I can talk to them. For me, the shortcut way is just to get to know people. And anytime we have those, and unfortunately, this is one of the things that is a little bit more challenging to do in a virtual world, but it's those hallway chats and it's the dinners and the coffees and that help us to just kind of hash out oh yeah, okay, I can see how we're using, same, different terminology for same phenomenon, or just getting a sense of what's important to people. What do people, one question I like to ask people is what's your biggest worry? What are you all dealing with? What's the number one pressure or concern, or what's the change in the future that you're trying to stay on top of? And just to have a little bit of time and space and breathing room, and for it to be a little bit more informal. And when you have people that you consider as colleagues and friends who have those different perspectives, and you can kind of call upon them, I think that's what brings that richness. And even if we don't ever get to more of a common language, if we get better at translating, that's what'll help us along. But Dina, I really appreciate that question.
Yeah, I always say share seamlessly, steal shamelessly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They had any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, so Kristen, I'll turn it over to you for timing when you want everyone to come back.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we're going to take, do you think 10 or 15 minutes, Dina? I think we'll take a 15-minute break. Go ahead and take
That's a great idea.
Yeah,
I'll set a I'll set the timer for folks, and yeah, we'll see everyone in 15 minutes.
Yes, go take a stretch break. Thank
Go
you.
run around the block. See you in a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to get everyone going?
Yes. Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody. And this part of the session, we're going to be doing some breakout rooms, and we'll be using a Jamboard. So Marie, I can throw the link into the chat, and I'll turn it back over to you so you can queue up and let everybody know what to expect.
Great. Okay, so welcome back, everyone, and thanks for hanging on through that presentation. I know it was like a big, big whirlwind, bunch of information. But now is the part where we have a few moments to let things percolate and work with each other. So, okay, and I think you should be able to see a full screen slide here. All right, so in the next hour, we're going to have two separate breakout room sessions. You're going to be with the same group of people for both sessions. And in the first session, your group is going to choose a nutrition issue and think about root causes. And then based on those root causes, in the second session, you're going to think about networks. So networks of organizations or individuals who might be able to address some of those root causes. So in your first session here, you start with introductions and make sure you choose a reporter who can share a very brief highlight at the end. We may not have time to hear from all groups, but just designate someone early so that we can proceed as efficiently as possible. And then as a group, identify a nutrition-related problem. And this can be anything under the sun that is relevant and interesting for your group. Interesting to talk about for a couple minutes here. It doesn't need to involve sustainability or anything that was in my presentation. Just choose something that you are excited to dig into. And don't spend too long choosing the issue, because we want you to get to the heart of the activity, which is to start thinking about root causes. And the way you're going to do that is through a 5 whys analysis, which I'll walk through on the next slide. And a 5 whys analysis or root cause analysis is something that I believe you're going to explore in more depth tomorrow, which is great. And so today we only have a little bit of time. It's just going to be like dipping our toes into the water of 5 whys analysis here. And the real value of doing it today is that it's going to set us up for the second breakout room, in which we're talking about networks of people that are related to some of these root causes. So the way you do a 5 whys analysis is that for a problem or a situation, you continue asking why. Why does this thing occur approximately 5 times until you start to arrive at some of the underlying causes? And I can provide an example of this from a time that I was working with public market vendors. And a problem that had been identified by the public health nutrition community is that all of the sandwiches were made with extra heavy mayo. And if we asked ourselves why, it was because the only option for customers at the deli was, at these public market vendors, was extra heavy mayo. And if we asked why, it's because the only option for vendors at the wholesale market was extra heavy mayo. I actually got in my car and drove to all the restaurant wholesalers, and all they had was large containers of extra heavy and no other varieties. And we can ask, well, why did they only have extra heavy? It's because the wholesale demand for the other mayo options was really low. And why was that? Well, it was this real or a perceived customer preference for not having the light or the regular mayo. So the 5 whys analysis, it helps us to see that just knowing the initial problem, people eating sandwiches, extra heavy mayo, it's not always enough to help us identify an effective course of action. Just a couple notes. So 5 is not a magical number, but just ask why as many times as it takes to identify one or more root causes and to identify factors that can actually maybe be modified to address the initial problem. And in your 5 whys, you may see some things that can be modified and some things that can't. And feel free to also deviate from the kind of linear format if you want. So I've set it up to think about it in a linear way, but I encourage you to be creative. And in your groups, you're going to be working on this in a Google Jamboard. And if this is new to you, it's not scary. It's actually really fun. So we're going to drop the URL into the chat. You should all be able to access and make edits. And when you get to the Jamboard, each of your Zoom rooms has 2 assigned boards. For right now, you're only going to be working in board A, which looks something like this. And again, make sure the Zoom room number on the Jamboard matches the Zoom room number of your breakout room, which you'll see at the top of your Zoom window once you are in there. And so when you get into the Jamboard, it looks like this. At the top of the screen, there's left and right arrows that you can use to navigate to the board for your room. Again, find your room number. And for this part, we're just focusing on board A for the 5 whys. And on the left side of the Jamboard, you'll see your toolbox. So there's a pen, there's an eraser, there's a tool that helps you generate new sticky notes, and there's a tool that lets you add text boxes. And for any elements you see on the board, you can move them around or you can double click if you want to edit. So the prompts for your activity, which are, again, introduce yourself, choose a reporter, choose a problem quickly, and then do that 5 whys analysis. We're going to drop those prompts into the chat. And at this point, I'll stop screen sharing and we will send you into your rooms.
I'm opening the rooms now. Off you go.
Great.
Also, for all faculty members, and also others, you don't have to join if you're in a room. I put everyone in a room 7 to just put you in a place. Hopefully I got this. I got to assign some people now.
can do it. This is Chris in Washington. So our issue was talking about sugary drink taxes, and we were looking at it through the avenue of regressivity. And one of the whys that we came up with was how sugary drink taxes are one of the only mechanisms that states have to really try to address the issues associated with excess sugary drink consumption, and how the remaining focus is really at the federal level, and that all really comes down to money. That's where we ended it.
That's great. That's great. Thank you, Chris. And group 2, your 10-second highlight, your initial problem and one of your whys.
So our initial problem was a food desert, lack of grocery stores in the community. Came down to economics of the population, which forcing the stores to close or only offer foods that, we were talking about fruits and veggies and how it's difficult in those communities to have those available. And then we got all the way down to the point that from an education standpoint, they're not necessarily growing up with how to use these. That's the introduction during infancy, etc., might be an issue. So that's where we ended up at the very end.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sandy. And does anyone from group 3 want to share?
I can. So in group 3, we talked about toxic heavy metals in baby foods.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the whys that we got to was that the federal government didn't have federal testing standards or limits for baby foods, because in the past, there may not have been as high of an incidence of the pollution contributing to toxic metals in baby foods. And there was probably a decreased knowledge and awareness of pollution and how these affect our food supply.
That's fascinating. Thank you, Daniel. I love hearing about all these different issues. Room 4.
That was us. Sorry, we weren't sure which room number we were. I don't know if Meg or Carol wanted to talk, but we were talking about WIC retention is what we're talking about, a problem to solve. And we would like to say that one of the issues is, again, because we serve low income populations, that income, increasing the amount of money these people makes is actual solution to the problem. But our program exists to help, because that is currently not happening. But I just want to say that is how these problems actually get solved. Livable. But we were talking about how our participants, I work for WIC, but our participants will drop off before the end of their eligibility. And so we are looking at how to keep them longer and why they drop off is kind of what our conversation was.
Excellent, Jordan. Thank you for sharing from room 4. And then room 5, your 10-second highlight.
Hi, this is Monica from room 5. We had Lissa, who else? Lissa, Lacey, and Alia, and we were also on food deserts, both in Montana and Hawaii, and we talked about lack of transportation, some of the similar issues that Sandy also shared, and that the local farming and ranching that was occurring in these food deserts isn't really making food for those communities.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. And then I believe our last room was room 6, if someone wants to share your 10-second highlight.
I can share. Someone from my group can expand if I missed something. But we focused a lot on lack of access to fresh produce, specifically in tribal communities, rural tribal communities. And that had a lot to do to access to grocery stores or what the grocery stores had. And then a lot about lack of familiarity or culturally appropriate foods that are available to them from federal nutrition programs as well.
Excellent. Excellent. That's great. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, room 6. And thank you to all of the rooms. And at this point, I'm just going to screen share for a few moments here to get you queued up for the next session. And I hope and I think you're able to see my my slide here, but let me know if you're not. So for your second room, you're going to be with the same group again, and again, make sure you designate your reporter from the start. And the task here is to start creating a network map that represents current connections between key actors that could address one of the root causes you identified. So just identify one of the root causes and kind of work within that. And if you have time at the end, you can briefly discuss, you were creating a current network map, but what might an ideal future network look like and how could we get there? And this is a really brief network map that I made in Jamboard in just a few minutes for that extra heavy mayonnaise example that I described earlier. And at the time I was working with the Office of the Food Policy Director, and we were providing technical assistance for public market vendors, and their supplies came from wholesale markets with whom we had some collaborative relationships, but we didn't have a whole lot of influence. And there were some other people in this network as well, like local researchers and the mayor's office. And so again, I created this fairly quickly and with stickies, drew arrows, and then the text boxes that I added provide some clues about the nature of relationships between these different actors. When you get into your Jamboard, which will be the same link, this time you'll work in board B for your room number. And once you get oriented, there's a bunch of like explanatory stuff that I left, and feel free to like delete a bunch of the explanatory stuff once you get going. And a process I suggest is that you start by just brainstorming key actors. So make sure to include all the organizations represented in your breakout room. Make sure you're represented here, as well as any other relevant actors that could be in a position to maybe address this root cause you've identified, or one of the root causes. And then start to move the sticky notes around, think about how the actors are related. You can use the pen tool to show relationships. You can use text boxes to describe them. And again, if you have a few minutes at the end, just briefly discuss. This is a current network, but how could this network look in the future, and how could we transition to that network? So with that, and you all are Jamboard pros now, we'll go ahead and release you in your breakout rooms.
And I did throw the link back into the chat of some of you who have joined us more recently.
Excellent. Thanks, Kristen. just like loving watching all of you become total pros and using this. It's great to see. So we have just like a few minutes. At 2:55, we are going to pause and take a break. But for now, I want to do some quick share outs. And again, we'll do just a 10-second highlight. You don't have to describe your whole network map for us. And I know some of you maybe covered different amounts of ground than others, but in your 10-second highlight, just share, maybe it was just one connection in the network that was interesting, or maybe just share a highlight from the conversation. So the reporter from breakout room 1 wants to share your 10-second highlight. And I know that doesn't really do justice to all the great work you guys are doing here.
Marie, do you have time can you share them as they share to show the screen? That'd be really nice. We can see them. Thank you. We'd also like to see them for afterwards. So
yes. Okay. And I think you should be able to see this now. Okay, great. All right. So this is room 1. Do we have a reporter from room 1?
It was Chris, but I'm suspecting that maybe she's snacking. So I'll just share that. We were looking at the link between the governor's office down to the State Department of Health and the legislators. And then we looked at statewide advocacy groups, maybe working with news outlets to highlight sugar sweetened beverages, information about the tax, who it would benefit, etc. So various community, all the way up to national organizations and their advocacy in that regard.
That's great. Thank you, Christy. And I like the big the dollar sign in the circle here. That's important. That's an important.
Can't miss that.
All right, and then room 2. Do we have a reporter from room 2?
We don't, but nobody volunteered, so I'll just do it. Since,
thank you, Robin.
Sandy did it last time, so I'll do it now. So we spent a lot of time. We didn't get much done on the arrow side, as you see, but we did a lot of brainstorming on the different groups. And our root cause issue was, it's food deserts and looking at jobs available in community resources. So we spent more time discussing those community groups, advocacy, such as the organizations like neighborhood groups or churches. But also there could be some other groups like gangs or, other forces that hinder some of that investment in the community potentially. And then looking at business development and zoning and land use regulations and just all of those at that local level, county, health commissioners. And so, but then having a role with the state being connected as well as universities and providing some backbone support and data. So.
That's great. Thank you, Robin, for sharing from group 2. And then room 3, if anyone wants to share your 10-second highlight.
Okay, I can share. So one thing we really talked about is how within the toxic metals and toxic heavy metals in baby foods, a lot of the players and key actors are really interconnected. And so baby food manufacturers maybe at the beginning of the cycle really encouraging regulations so that they can sell more product and build trust with consumers, but they may also be at the end of the cycle where they are implementing those guidelines. And within the middle of the cycle, we also talked about how, especially all of the regulatory agencies would all work together. So I kind of put arrows in between each of them, but it would probably truthfully be more of a cycle if we were to dive into it a little bit deeper, because FDA may consult with EPA, which would provide guidance to USDA, which could influence WIC, and then other advocacy organizations such as AAP or AND or NWA could also influence WIC and USDA. So really a lot of players that are all kind of working together and intermeshed a little bit.
Excellent. Thank you, Danielle. And room 4, if anyone wants to share your 10-second highlight.
I'll just hop in real fast. We were talking about the difficulties of government work sometimes, especially during governor changeover and during legislative season and all that kind of stuff that just makes some of the other work slower and more complicated. So when we're looking at the problem of WIC retention, you got a lot of different players in that world, but sometimes you have to wait for permission to do things, and that is just takes time.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Jordan. And then room 5, if we have a reporter to share a 10-second highlight.
Sure, this is Monica again. We were talking about in our group food deserts in both Montana and Hawaii, and a lot of our conversation was around developing infrastructure and kind of driving demand through other avenues, perhaps schools. And I think a highlight for us was how many similarities there are between Hawaii and Montana, where you think, oh, very geographically might look different, the landscapes, but the rural kind of nature of our places, I think, create some of the same needs and networks.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Monica. And then last but not least, we've got room 6, if we want to share your 10-second highlight.
Yeah, in group 6, we were talking about fresh fruit and vegetable access in rural tribal communities. And we spent most of our time really talking about organizations that directly touch tribes, specifically highlighting the importance of tribe community members, especially the matriarchs of those communities, and then how that's connected to the community leaders that then are translating important information and knowledge to inform grassroots organizations, as well as kind of systems level organizations such as Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance. And then we talked about how extension offices in Arizona specifically, SNAP Arizona Health Zone is a good example of a bridge between these communities and state level agencies such as USDA Foods, and communicating things of how these federal programs are actually looping back and affecting community members. So kind of this like big circle is how our conversation flowed.
Excellent. Thank you, Raven, for that highlight. And thank you all again. And again, I'm so appreciative of you being willing to try this new thing. And again, you're Jamboard pros now. I'm really impressed. You covered a lot of ground. And so I'm going to bring us home just in a minute here so that we can take a short break. There's a number of resources that have just recently gone live from my time as a fellow with the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics Foundation. If you go to the Foundation's Future of Food website, there's a bunch of resources related to food systems for nutrition professionals that have just recently gone live online. So feel free to check those out. And I wanted to end with just a couple take-home messages from our time together. So sustainable food systems are relevant to us as nutrition professionals. The food system affects the options that are available to our patients and clients, and we as professionals can catalyze positive food systems change. Sustainability has multiple dimensions, and a food system that doesn't support nutrition is not a sustainable food system. Systems thinking can help us to move the needle on our ultimate nutrition goals. The tools we practice today are just a few of the systems thinking tools that are available to us. And interprofessional collaboration is really key because not one of us can do it alone, but we can work in strategic ways to coordinate our efforts. So my contact info is here. It has been really, truly such a privilege to be here. And I look forward to sticking around this afternoon and learning from our other speakers. Thank you all so much. And I will turn it over to Kristen for some timing about our break.
Yes, thank you so much, Marie. Thank you again for that amazing presentation and for guiding us through those important facilitated discussions around addressing root causes. So now we are going to take about a 10-minute break. We will come back at 3:05, and at that time we will be hearing from Valerie Bluebird-Jernigan on food systems, food sovereignty, and CVPR with native populations. So go take a stretch break, get a drink, get a snack, and we'll see you back here in just about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Kristen. so obnoxious, but yes, we're back. All right. Well, give us a little sign if you're back. Put your camera on, or give us a thumbs up or some signal that you're back with us. And we will get going again. Just a couple of really quick announcements. Number one, I mentioned this yesterday, but for all of you, we will be sending out evaluations for each day of the meeting, which is a little bit different than what we usually do. So hopefully they're not too burdensome, but we appreciate your feedback. This is a different format from us than we've ever done, and we hope to be in person again next year, but we do need to kind of understand how this is all going for us and for you on the other side. So appreciate you filling out those evaluations. Also, at the very end, after day 3, we'll have a 4th evaluation that will help us understand overall some, your experience at the meeting. So there'll be ones for each day and then one at the very end for the whole meeting. So just again, appreciate your time in filling those out. Hopefully that will not be too burdensome. And other than that, our Instagram link is in the chat room. So if you ever want to go chit chat with each other, I encourage you to use that. And I'm going to turn it back over to Kristen. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Gina. So it is my great pleasure and privilege to introduce our next speaker. And so we have with us today, Valerie Bluebird-Jernigan. And Valerie is an Indigenous Choctaw community-based participatory researcher who's trained in intervention science with the goal of combining research with action for social change. She received her doctorate in public health from the University of California, Berkeley, and completed a postdoctoral fellowship in cardiovascular disease prevention at Stanford University, where she also completed a degree in documentary filmmaking. Dr. Jernigan has been the principal investigator or co-investigator on 10 NIH-funded trials, including the THRIVE study, which was the first randomized trial of healthy makeovers in tribally owned convenience stores, as well as the FRESH study, which is a farm-to-school intervention to promote healthy eating among Native children. Valerie directs the Center for Indigenous Health Research and Policy at Oklahoma State University Center for Health Sciences, where she's a professor in the Department of Rural Health. In all of her work, she's fostered long-term mutually beneficial relationships with Indigenous communities that promote tribal sovereignty and build the capacity of Indigenous communities to improve health. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and turn it over to Valerie. And please go ahead as you have questions for Valerie. If you will please place them in the chat, and she'll be leaving some time for Q&A at the end of her session. So thank you, Valerie.
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much to the conference organizers. It's an honor to be with you, to have been invited. And I will be talking about hopefully some interesting concepts with you today. I will talk about food systems, food sovereignty, and CBPR with Native American populations. And this is the first time I've kind of organized the presentation this way, and I really like it. So hopefully it flows really nicely. Next slide. I wanted to introduce our center here at Oklahoma State University, the Center for Indigenous Health Research and Policy. And I wanted to note that we actually launched this center probably January to February 2019, right along with the very first tribally affiliated medical school in the United States, the OSU College of Medicine at Cherokee Nation. So that's just right up the road from us. And so OSU has invested a great deal in Indigenous health, and our center is part of that. The work that we do at our center focuses on research, particularly intervention research, and we try to work on structural and systems changes. So when I was coming up through College of Public Health training, we were really still kind of stuck in the area of helping communities make healthier choices, and really focusing on the individual level. And so my hope was that I could create structural long-term systems changes with the type of intervention that I do. And I really wanted to focus on using a community-based participatory research orientation. I have even shifted the way that I think about the intervention science that we do, because I've come to sort of understand that a lot of what we call interventions are really just efforts to reconnect and restore Indigenous knowledge and systems that we've had in place for generations to promote and sustain health. And so that's sort of a shift internally for me in how I think about intervention science, more as restoration, reconnection. So I'm going to talk about our approach, and I'm going to give you 2 case study examples. Next slide. I start with this food system conceptual model because it's one that I've been working with for quite a little while now, and I actually really love this model. And the reason that I love it so much is because it's one of the few models that I found around that time, I think this was published in 2011, that actually included health outcomes. A lot of the food system conceptual models that I had seen had really come from the agricultural field, and I felt like health focused people, public health people, often that didn't resonate with us. So I really like this RETIN model. You could see it has the environmental resource inputs all the way to the health outcomes. And I provide it just to orient us with some context. So we really try to intervene at the producer level. And if we're lucky and we have good partnership, and the CBPR intervention study that we want to do together gives us a lot of access and a lot of truly partnership, we can do that. Oftentimes, most of us in public health are limited to what we can do. And so we oftentimes focus on, again, that sort of nutrition individual subsystem. So I'll talk about the Thrive study first. And that study was one of the first studies that we implemented that was a larger sort of long-term attempt at creating systems and policy change in tribal nations. That study focused on the consumer subsystem and a little bit on distribution. And then the next study I will share is the Fresh study, and that one has focused on the production aspect of the food system. Next slide. We also I've transitioned from, in my training, primarily using Western models of health and wellness and applying those to Indigenous communities. We sort of over the last 20 years have come to understand and realize that it's really not just cultural adaptation that we need. We actually need Indigenous models of wellness, our own models grounded in our own identity and community and concepts for health and wellness. So one of the great examples of this would be an Indigenous food sovereignty model. And Indigenous food sovereignty is defined a few different ways, but it is a model of health and well-being within Indigenous communities. And it's an orientation to our relationship with the land that emphasizes our right and our responsibility to healthy and culturally appropriate food produced through traditional practices. So it really supports us in taking greater control over our food systems by increasing traditional and healthy food access and reducing dependence on those outside packaged high fat, high calorie foods. And you'll see it's really similar to larger scale public health efforts that intervene at the policy, systems, and environmental levels. Next slide. And finally, a term that most people use, it's very mainstream now, which is CBPR, community-based participatory research. We have always only done CBPR. It's really the sort of just kind of baseline of us engaging in a partnership. And we attempt to equitably involve all members of a community in all aspects of the research process. So we, even from the beginning, designing the research study, collecting the data, determining what data we are going to collect. Before that, collecting the data, analyzing the results, publishing. That's an area in CBPR where often community members get left behind. We co-publish with community partners to make sure that the story and the narrative that we're sharing is one from the voices of those, you know, most impacted by the particular study that we've worked on. And we really have our accountability to the community members. We are beholden to the particular communities we partner with to create benefits for that community. That's why we're there. And so we're always striving to say, you know, is this intervention, is this, you know, study adding value to the community? And if it's not, then it's not a worthwhile study for us to do. As participatory researchers, knowledge for the sake of knowledge is not really what, you know, we're in the business to do. Next slide. So the first case study is the Thrive study, and Thrive was conducted with the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations here in Oklahoma. And I'm a citizen of the Choctaw Nation, so this was a real labor of love for me. It was one of my first large studies, and it was done with my own Native community. So we intervened at the convenience stores in both of these tribal nations. And if you look at the map in Oklahoma, you can see at the top far right, all those little red dots. So Choctaw and Chickasaw nations make up about 25% of the state of Oklahoma, and we live in the southeast corner of the state is where our land is. So all those little red dots are where we own convenience stores. Choctaw calls them travel plazas, and Chickasaw refers to them as travel stops. But this is one of the key aspects of our economic development as sovereign nations, as we built these convenience stores. And a lot of them originally were located on sides of highways, but some of them are in smaller towns, kind of a little bit more remote, and not, you know, necessarily right off the highway setting. And so next slide. The way that we became involved in this study, I always say, you know, the invitation that we got from this community, these communities to develop this work came from a partnership interest in looking at the issue of food insecurity and its relationship with chronic disease in Choctaw and Chickasaw nations. Food insecurity is one of the things that I've studied from the very beginning of my career, because as a child, I grew up in a food insecure household, and it was very, you know, to me, it was just something really close and personal to my own experience. And it's so prevalent in Indian country that, you know, it was definitely like one of those key things that I really wanted to work on when I became a researcher. And it's still a problem today. And in these communities, it was and is, astonishing. 58% of natives that we surveyed in the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations in 2017 were food insecure. And we found that obesity, diabetes, and hypertension were actually higher in those who were food insecure, even after we adjusted for age and gender and education, income, and study site. So these were very high numbers. And what we also found as part of that study, you can read it, it's published in AJPH, is that more than 60% of the natives that we surveyed reported shopping at these convenience stores for food at least 3 or more times per week. So whether or not it was originally intended for the citizens of our native nations to shop at these stores like they were grocery stores, it was happening. And so we decided at that point that we would launch an intervention study that focused on the stores. And you can go to the next slide. So these are the design, and these are the design and methods that we used: participatory research orientation, cluster control trial. We had 8 stores, 4 intervention and 4 control. This was a longitudinal cohort study, and we surveyed native shoppers, just a little over 1,600 before and after the intervention. The intervention focused on the 3 Ps. The 4 Ps. I don't know why I said 3. Product, placement, promotion, and pricing. And so we implemented the intervention in Nation A. When we give specific data, we always just refer to the tribes by their preference generically. So Nation A and Nation B, the first nation, we implemented the intervention for the course of 9 months. And in Nation B, we implemented it for 12 months. And we were looking at the following outcomes. At the store level, we wanted to see if there was an increase in fruit and vegetable availability measured by store inventory and sales, nutrition environment measure scores. And at the individual level, we looked for increased fruit and vegetable purchasing and intake. So we looked at eating behaviors, self-efficacy, perceived nutrition environment, sociodemographics, and obviously our dosage was exposure to the intervention. So we hypothesized that the more frequently someone shopped at the store, the more likely their behavior would be to change. Next slide. So we implemented this study in 2 major phases. The first phase was to assess the existing foods in the stores. And we needed to know, is there anything in these stores, which are typically, they're gas stations, so most of it is packaged foods. Is there anything in these stores that would meet, our criteria for healthy foods? And we had to determine that collectively with the tribes. So our criteria for healthy food was less than 30% fat and 300 calories for snacks. Meals had 500 calories or less and were low in sodium. And it was very simple. And we came up with this, criteria. And then we were given access to all the foods in the stores, as well as all the foods that the store managers could potentially order through their vendors. And through that process, we came up with a list of 5 snacks and 3 meal options that we prioritized for our intervention. And so that really was our focus on product. And this is actually, I set this slide up, I combined 2 slides. So the before pictures are the 2 pictures. The one picture really on the left, and it's the fried, they call it a hot box. And basically it's where you have the fried foods in kind of that case, and that's very, very popular. The other pieces that you see, the pictures, are actually after the intervention was implemented. And so the far left, you'll see that we implemented physical large walk around coolers in the beginning or the front of all the stores. And so that's a picture of one of our staff, setting up the coolers and counting, the availability of the intervention foods. So that was in one nation. In another nation, we actually had to change the stores around quite significantly because there was not any food that they had access to that could meet those criteria. And so in this nation, they invested in expanding the food prep spaces in their stores, and they packaged their own meals that could meet those criteria for healthier options that we set forward. And these are some examples of those foods that they developed as part of this intervention. Next slide. This is the, again, sort of second phase of the intervention. What are the strategies that we are going to use to promote these new foods? How are we going to place them? And what will their pricing be? So these were sort of shelf diagrams, and we got to co-plan with the managers where things should be. The bottom picture is a before and after of some of the layout of the stores. So you can see the removals of the hot box at the entrance and putting those behind the cashiers, the replacement of the hot boxes with large walk around coolers. We filled the end caps with the healthier choices, and the refrigeration units also had healthier choices. And then around the cashier desk, there was healthier choices. The intervention foods were placed. Next slide. These are some of the promotion materials we used. We translated some of the language into native language, and you can see here, better choice. Achukma Ashali means healthier food has arrived in the Choctaw language for that. And next slide. These are some of the pricing options. We actually established a baseline market retail value we used for the first month of the intervention so that we could see if the foods would sell, and if they didn't sell at their suggested retail price, we had an agreement with the convenience stores that we would augment any loss. And we actually did not have to reimburse them for any loss because the foods did indeed sell. They sold out, and not only that, they sold out at the suggested retail price. So neither tribal nation had to implement any pricing discounts. In fact, the only real sort of pricing deal we did were these two that you see here, and it's sort of if you bundle it, you get a little bit of a discount, 2 for $1, or add a piece of fruit and a bottle of water for, I can't really read that, but I think it's like $1 or something. Sorry, my glasses on. But that is really the only thing that we implemented pricing wise. Next slide. So our findings are published again in American Journal of Public Health, and you can read our findings. We found that the intervention did increase healthy food options, and we used a perceived and objective nutrition environment measures score. We modified the NIMS for those environments, and we have a paper on that as well that you can find. First author is Mariana Weatherall. We found that the intervention did increase purchases of healthy foods. So we had access to all of the sales data, and the sales actually went up, and self-reported individuals purchased more healthy food options, but sales overall increased. And there was a self-report increase of healthy food intake. But like other studies that only targeted the environment, we did not see any significant changes in overall dietary intake. But we did change purchasing decisions, especially among those shopping more often. And this resulted in some really exciting policy changes, because the distribution providers for both nations expanded their suppliers and options. When we presented them with this list of healthy food criteria that we wanted to see in the stores, and they couldn't fully meet those criteria and provide us the foods that we wanted, they ended up sourcing from new vendors, and those vendors became permanent, and they are now available to the tribes in all of their food purchasing. The next step has been to expand the intervention strategy. So the interventions in one of the nations were implemented as permanent policy. And we also, as much as we would like to implement just environmental interventions alone, we do need behavioral change intervention strategies. And we also wanted to introduce a lot more traditional foods into this particular study. But one of the things that we found as we were doing this was and you'll hear more about this, I'm sure, in the second presentation and panel discussion after me. So the process for harvesting and preparing traditional foods is so relational that when you separate that process and the process of preparing the foods and eating the foods with your family, and you sort of distill it to a packaged, whatever the food would be, it takes away from the traditional food and the relationship that exists as part of that traditional food. So we didn't find a way to actually do that. And that's something we think a lot about, and how are we going to do that, and is it possible? So those are things that we are thinking about, as well as increasing local food options. Our primary goal was to see if we could get healthier food to really low income, very rural tribal nations. And we determined that we could, but how can we create environments where less food is shipped in and more local food is produced? And that has been something that we've been working on as well. So if you go to our next slide, I'll give you a quick overview of this case study. And this case study, for somebody that identifies as a participatory researcher like myself, is really what I consider sort of a dream CBPR study. Because again, our tribal partner came to us and they had a vision to create a sustainable food system and support Indigenous food sovereignty in their nation. And they wanted to design, by they, I mean the Osage Nation Chief Standing Bearer and Assistant Chief Raymond Redcorn. They wanted to design a farm, that develop a farm. They repurposed that land in the picture. And they assumed that if they were to develop a farm and grow local food, that it would have a positive health impact on their citizens. But they're not scientific researchers in health, and so they wanted us to design a research study parallel to this tribal initiative to create a sustainable food system. And we collectively designed the FRESH study. So that is the focus of this work. And so if you go to, if you see the second bullet there, we worked with them to develop a culturally relevant, multi-level, multi-component, this is definitely grant language, farm to school intervention, and evaluate its efficacy in increasing vegetable and fruit intake and reducing food insecurity, BMI, and blood pressure in the adults only among the Osage families. Why did we do a farm to school intervention? The main reason why is because we didn't know much about production. And so we could develop only enough to support the schools. And so that was really our first start at, you know, how are we going, which program are we going to target as one of the first programs to introduce healthy local foods. And so we chose the Head Start Kids as our primary intervention group to begin with. Next slide. And these are the levels. So obviously at the environmental level, we were walking into a research partnership where the community was investing a huge amount in the development of a farm and environmental change. At the school and community level, we developed culturally relevant curriculum that was implemented weekly. It was 90 minutes a week, and it was for kids aged 3 to 5 that focused on touch, taste, smell, and we also changed staff feeding practices. We implemented menu changes, and these were kind of the school and community level intervention components. And then we did a passive intervention for the family. Weekly meal kits were sent home with the child to prepare with their families. We had a web-based parent curriculum with little 2-minute videos that encouraged healthy eating behaviors among the kids. So it wasn't targeting the adults, it was targeting, you know, how do you work with picky eaters, that sort of thing. And then we had monthly family nights. And so these are the sort of general components of the intervention. Next slide. This is the design of the intervention. So 9 early childhood education centers, or ECEs, and 4 communities were randomized. The inclusion criteria, you had to be American Indian with a child enrolled in one of the ECEs, age 3 to 5, no plans within moving for the next year. The intervention went from January 2018 through December 2018. So this is about a 4-month intervention. Well, the different 2 communities randomized to the intervention group in the spring, and then 2 communities randomized in the fall. And the total participants, 369. So we had 176 parent caregivers and 193 children. And I want to say at this point that we enrolled about 94% of eligible families. So it's really, really, really high. But we were still underpowered. We didn't have enough participants. Was one of the schools had closed. And so this was the reason we were underpowered. Our primary outcomes, as I said, increased fruit and vegetable willingness to try and intake in children. And secondary outcomes, reduced food insecurity, BMI and blood pressure in the adults, and increased vegetable and fruit intake in the adults as well. Community outcomes, launch the farm and feed the Osage children. And that was a big question for us. Can we actually really do this? Can we successfully launch a farm and produce enough food to implement this intervention? And we were sort of building the bridge as we were walking on it. Next slide. So I'll go through just a few slides of our findings and then hopefully have some time for some discussion. Next slide. Oh, I should say what you saw in the previous slide was just a really nice before and after picture. We built elevated gardens for all of the Head Starts, the ECEs, to augment the curriculum. So in addition to the menu changes, in addition to the curriculum, they could go out to the garden and they could touch, taste, smell, and really feel the different vegetables and give them that sensory experience. So each of the ECEs had a little community garden. Next slide. So these are just the caregiver demographics. And the only main thing to take away here is that there were really no significant differences between the intervention and the control groups for these demographics at baseline. Mean age 33 years, most were female, about half. The highest level of education was a high school degree or a GED. And most, over 2/3, made less than $50,000 in combined household income. Next slide. So this is total willingness to try. And I had not been, as a public health interventionist, I had not been familiar with some of how complicated it gets to measure dietary intake with little kids. So willingness to try, as you probably all well know more than I, is a way to assess changes in dietary intake and behavior among these really young children. We had trained observers rate each child's interaction with each vegetable using the Farfan-Ramirez checklist. The checklist has rating options from 0, where the child doesn't even touch the food, all the way to 4, where the child eats the food. And based on this scale, a total score was calculated by adding the observer ratings 0 to 4 for each of the 6 intervention vegetables in our curriculum, which were the 3 sisters, corn, beans, and squash. And then we had tomato, spinach, and peppers. And there was a total possible score of 24, 0 to 24 for all 6 vegetables. So as you can see, total willingness to try the scores were improved in both groups. Next slide. We also looked at child plate waste. We gave each child a numbered plate with pre-weighed servings and allowed each child to consume what they wanted to consume, and then we measured their consumption, and there was a significant improvement in total vegetable intake. Specifically, we saw an improvement in beans and squash in the intervention group compared to the total group, pre versus post measurements. Next slide. For the parents' self-report of dietary intake of vegetables and fruits, though we didn't intervene directly on their diets, we did see a trend towards higher intake of fruits and vegetables. And this is cups per day. And you can go to next slide. Finally, this is self-reported food insecurity at baseline and follow-up in the caregivers. This was very interesting. Food insecurity was reduced quite a bit. And this shows the percentage of food insecure households. So the mean food insecurity score improved and fewer caregivers reported experiencing food insecurity at follow-up in both our intervention and control groups. So it was originally in the intervention group 35%, and it went down to about 22%. And in the control group, it was about 44%, and it went down to about 30%. So this was there was a 13% reduction in food insecurity. And there really wasn't anything else significant happening in the community. So we hypothesized it might be the farm, and actually they were producing quite a bit of food towards the end of the intervention. And so it may have really started to augment the diets of a lot of the through food sharing, a lot of the community members. We also saw moderate and total physical activity were significantly higher among the intervention group at follow-up compared to control, and obesity and high blood pressure decreased slightly in the intervention group from baseline to follow-up, while it increased in the control group. So next slide, this is my last slide. And I just want to emphasize the sustainability pieces. We were able to use data to advocate for policy changes. We presented our findings, and Bird Creek Farm was expanded by the Osage Nation. And our next study with Osage actually takes this same approach. Hopefully we will be adequately powered to implement a community-supported agriculture program. And that grant, we just got funded, will begin sometime this summer. And we also created, as part of this work, a documentary film. It premiered the 15th of April this past year. And it talks a little bit about our process in really having community-directed interventions. So that's my last slide. I want to thank our funders. NHLBI funded the Thrive Grant, and NIMHD funded Fresh. And thank you again to the organizers and the audience. I hope that you have questions.
Thank you so much, Valerie, for sharing your amazing work in this area. We do have a couple of questions, and I think our student Aliyah was going to help us with these. Is Aliyah on?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Valerie, so much. So we do have a question. Could you please define food sovereignty for us and how it is different from food justice?
Sure. So I think I can. I'm going back. So I listed it out kind of on slide 4 is where I put a general definition of indigenous food sovereignty. And so indigenous food sovereignty, which I generally define, like many others, is the right and responsibility of indigenous people to healthy and culturally appropriate foods produced through traditional indigenous practices. And it differs a little bit from just food sovereignty because we take it to the next level. We aren't just talking about our rights as communities or individuals to healthy food and culturally appropriate food. We're talking about our relationship responsibilities that we have to the land, which many Native communities see as our relatives. So we have relational responsibilities to take care of the land. And in doing so, it provides us with the food and the nourishment that we need to survive. It is a very privileged responsibility. We take it very seriously. So it's beyond rights-based and more about keeping those relational responsibilities, being in right relationship with the land and ourselves and each other. And so that's how I would, how it is, not I, but it is generally distinguished in that way.
Thank you for clarifying. So we have one more about your research, specifically about, so the foods that were offered in the convenience stores, are these considered healthy foods as defined by the tribes that they serve? And are these foods what they want in stores or just those that are available for sale?
So we did develop the criteria collectively with the tribal health planners, and then we did focus groups with tribal community members in every town where there was a convenience store. We selected from a list of available foods, and then we did taste testing. And as part of the taste testing, we did clicker polls where people could vote at the time, you know, is this a food you would want sold, or, you know, in your store, do you like it? If the answer was yes, at what price would you buy it? And we had different pricing strategies. And then we also went to the next level of what price would it have to be for you to buy it instead of a potato log or one of the other very popular foods that were available. So the answer is they were foods that were sort of a combination of what we had to work within. One of the tribes completely changed that and used our focus group data to package their own recipes. And also from what we had available and made available, what Native communities in each of those towns identified as what they would prefer. So it was that process that took place. Does that answer it?
So it looks like, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead, Aaliyah.
So it looks like we have time for maybe one more question. Julie
I'd
from
say take the questions that are there.
Okay, so Julie from Oregon is asking, were the sales of those new food items sustained? For how long did you collect sales data?
They were sustained. We just had a paper come out on this. We collected sales data immediately afterwards. And I think we looked at it again at 6 months, I believe so. They were sustained, but there is one minor detail that I usually say, and I didn't mention. We had an interesting thing happen with the foods. So in the middle of the intervention in one of the communities, we started getting complaints from neighboring communities that what they saw in other communities was not being sold. The healthy food choices and all the signs and everything, they weren't being sold in their home convenience stores. And so the epidemiologists were very upset because they were like, it's going to ruin our study if we, start to slowly implement these strategies in the other stores. And of course, the public health people were like, yay, this is great. We're creating a demand for healthier food options. So we ended up, that's why one of the interventions ended a little bit sooner than the other one. And we ended up implementing the foods. And so the sales were high and they were sustained for sure immediately after. And I think our paper said 6 months when we tested it again.
Thank you. So that's a great segue to this next question, which is, do you have recommendations for resources to learn more about how to apply CBPR, guidance, best practices, etc.?
CBPR, there's so much out there on CBPR. The thing that comes to mind immediately is obviously the Minkler textbooks, the Wallerstein work, Bonnie Duran's work is focused on Native communities. I have a number of papers you can find on CBPR. You can go to the website Community Partnerships for Health. It's University of Washington's CCPH, I forget the exact.
CPHN.
Partnerships for Native Health?
Well, it's like community collaborations for health. I can put it in the chat. I'll look at it. But there's a lot out there and there's networks and yeah, there's just so much out there. I've never been asked that question before. That's a great question.
Valerie, maybe you would consider curating a short list for us and we could post it on our website.
Sure, yes.
And afterwards, we can put it up for people so they can access that. It doesn't have to be all the resources, but maybe a handful of good ones that people might be able to use.
Absolutely, I'm happy to.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Again, such a privilege, Valerie. Thank you so much for sharing your important work. It's been terrific to have you join us today. And I think now we will take just a shorter break. We'll take a 5-minute break while we transition to our final hour and our amazing last 2 speakers. So go ahead and take a break and we'll come back in 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to move on to our last hour. And our topic of the last hour is going to be having to do with continuing on our topic of food sovereignty. And I'm delighted to introduce our last two speakers that are with us today. First of all, I'm going to introduce them both at the same time so that we can just kind of keep the party going during this last hour. First up, we're going to have Ade Romero Briones, who was born and raised in Cochiti Pueblo, New Mexico, and comes from the Toyacoya Comalty family from Hog Creek, Oklahoma on the Kiowa side. She works as the Director of Programs of the Native Food and Agricultural Program for First Nations Development Institute and is the co-founder and director of the California Tribal Fund. Mrs. Romero Briones is a U.S. Fulbright Scholar who received her Bachelor of Arts in Public Policy from Princeton University. She received a Juris Doctorate from Arizona State University's College of Law and an LLM in Food and Agricultural Law from the University of Arkansas. President Obama recognized her as a White House champion of change in agriculture. Ade worked for the University of Arkansas Indigenous Food and Agricultural Initiative while she was earning her LLM, and she wrote extensively about food safety, the Produce Safety Rule and tribes, and the protection of tribal traditional foods. Ade formerly sat on the National Organic Standards Board and the Sustainable Ag and Food Systems Funders Policy Committee, and is a steering committee member for the Funders for Regenerative Agriculture. She's a member of the California Food Shed Funders Group and board member at the California Institute for Rural Studies. And actually, I think I'm going to pause there and let Ade just get going, and then I'll introduce Valerie as we transition to our final speaker. Thank you. Go ahead, take it away, Ade.
Perfect. Kwetsi se hopa hin weka ni me asa. Wayats kutitime osuta koi mahada. So Valerie's presentation before mine was wonderful. I'm just going to pick up on some of the topics that she covered and just kind of round out the conversation. And I know Val Segrist will follow up and really hit these concepts home. And this is a hard hour. It's like the last presentation of the day. It's late, so thank you for being here. And in Kiowa and Cochiti tradition, like please open your hearts and your minds to the messages and the stories brought to you today by your speakers. Hopefully this will help in some of the most important work you have to do with nutrition and with food and with creating healthy communities. And so my presentation is sort of based on like my own experience with food and coming from an agricultural community, a tribal community that's solely subsistence agriculture, and now living in a community in California that's very much dependent on hunting and gathering. And like Valerie, Dr. Valerie previously said, trying to make sense of two very different food system worldviews in the field of nutrition is difficult. And when we first talked about this presentation, there were several highways that we could go about knowledge sharing. One of them was about food sovereignty and about our work at First Nations and what we understand as a tribal economy. And actually, I actually had a nutrition presentation that looks at the historical influences of boarding schools and policy on what we eat today in tribal communities and how that's changed our taste buds over a long period of time. So we're going to stick to the food sovereignty just because it meshes well with Dr. Val's concepts, but I will touch on some of the other concepts as well. And so, of course, I would be amiss if I didn't mention that, I have two Indigenous children. My husband's Native Hawaiian and California Native from Pomo in Big Valley. And so we're part of these very intimate and communities that have long-standing relationships with their lands. Like Dr. Valerie said in the previous presentation, every single one of the communities that I am part of, have these horrible statistics around health, whether it be obesity, whether it be food insecurity. And, you know, as a person who's working in food advocacy and in food systems, as an individual and as a community member, it gets very tiresome. It gets very tiresome when people call you fat all the time, when people call you diseased all the time. And so really the approach at First Nations we take is like the antithesis of that. Like we look at strength-based strategies, and we look at ways that communities have organized themselves and have created resilient food systems in order to create solutions that are very much based in their strengths and their epistemologies and their worldviews. So let's get into the details about our work at First Nations. So I run the Native Agriculture and Food Systems program, and on your screen is a result of some of our work. And I'm just going to tell you a brief story about how we got to this image. When we think about food systems and we think about nutrition and we think about funding food projects in Indigenous communities, much like Dr. Val said in her previous presentation, is that many of the strategies put forth, whether they be through government funding or even philanthropic funding, they're usually focused on market-based solutions and individual behavior change. That doesn't necessarily jive with how Indigenous people, tribal communities view their own food systems. And so First Nations being a philanthropic intermediary was usually caught in the middle. First, we have to deploy funds in order for us to exist, right? We deploy funds to support tribal communities in Alaska and Hawaii and the mainland so that Indigenous people can implement their own ideas about food sovereignty. However, their ideas don't necessarily focus solely on market-based or individual behavior. And one of the questions was about food justice versus food sovereignty. Food justice is primarily tied to food insecurity. So when you look at food insecurity, you look at why people don't have food or don't have access to food, and it's usually within the context of a market. We're usually talking about food deserts. We're talking about why people don't have enough money to actually purchase food or don't have access to grocery stores. Indigenous people aren't always playing that on that same board in terms of what we think of our food system. So the food desert definition, it really should say food retail desert, as opposed to just food desert, because Indigenous communities have consistently fed themselves in their communities, have consistently interacted with their land bases, and have figured out how to feed large groups of people, even visitors, in their land bases. However, federal policy and all these interventions have created systems that don't allow food sovereignty to actually take hold, or have somehow weakened that whole system of food sovereignty. So when we look at the image that I have on your screen, these are some of the differences, right? In an Indigenous food system, food is like an indicator. Food is the way we determine how well our society is functioning. When someone does not have food, it means that something in our society is amiss, whether that be our economic, political, educational, or social system. Like, nobody in our community should be hungry, and food is our indicator that we have to correct something. However, when we go to the mainstream food system, because you have this barrier that everything is connected to economic measures, you only know if somebody does not have enough money to buy food. You don't know why, you don't know why that's happening or what system corrections you have to take, because really all you know is that somebody can't get over the barrier of purchasing food. And so when you have in an Indigenous food system, when the food is the indicator, you then have like systems that support institutions in the community. And with that, you have to share collective resources. You have to understand environmental conditions. You have to understand like concepts of sharing, cooperation. You have to understand health. And you have these collective resources that nobody owns, which include land, water, and health. Health is considered a collective resource of the community. And so when you have a grant opportunity that's focused solely on market-based or individual behavior, it's kind of like not in the model of the indigenous food system and more in the mainstream model. And so you have these very boxed in ways of approaching how to fix a food system when we're talking about mainstream food strategies. And this is like the tension that First Nations sits, because we've had to figure out how to be more supportive of indigenous food concepts in an economic system and in a philanthropic system and in a government system that really supports market-based individual strategies. So when we, of course, like when you land on this tension, when we talk to our grantees, which are community-based projects, tribally led nonprofits, tribes, and tribal programs, you know, people get really uncomfortable talking about economics, you know, because one, when you're consistently told we're fat and diseased and poor, you know, those aren't the best way to like create buy-in or community response to any kind of strategy. And it makes people really uncomfortable when you get put in these categories, but we get consistently put in these categories. And so we had to come up with a different way of talking about economies and food systems and interventions and nutrition. And so really the concept and the definition, when we talk about tribal food economies, we're talking about how tribes have managed their resources. And even the word resources kind of triggers people, but we haven't found a better word yet. So like Valerie said, Indigenous people consider their land, their food, their plants, their animals as relatives. And so resources doesn't actually capture that relationship. We've used the word concentric ecology in that everything in our space and in our universe is connected, is relative. And so concentric ecology rather than resources is a term we use often. But in general, a food economy is a way a community manages its resources, and Indigenous people have done this for generations. We have trade networks that have been codified into highway systems. We have food that are evidence of this trade network. We have, like when we think of chilies, tomatoes, potatoes, these are all Indigenous foods that have made their way through the trade network and the economy of tribal people pre-contact. And so our question to our grantees was like, okay, so market-based, individual-based solutions are not the best, right? Like sometimes that makes you uncomfortable to talk about like disease, obesity, and poverty. So what does a tribe really need to have a functioning food economy? And this is what they came up with. And we surveyed our close to 350 grantees. We've worked on this model so that like when we are giving money, when we are giving resources to tribal communities, like we are not limited to market-based and individual behavior. We're actually looking at the entire system and looking at projects and where they may fit into actually some of these concepts that they're telling us that they see in a tribal food economy. And you have everything from like, you need access to land, you need access to water, which are like, and you know, you'll be very surprised how often I get the question, like, what does environmental justice have to do with nutrition? Or how does the environmental field fit into like food sovereignty? So like these are, and this diagram is meant to help like help tribes articulate where these things fit in. When you need access to food and water in order to grow food. you need a healthy supply of hunters and gatherers, and you need a healthy supply of animals and the plants that you're gathering. You need people to actually know that. But in order to know that, you need to be able to teach them. So you need generational knowledge, and you learn and pass on generational knowledge through ceremony. And we also communicate that through art. And so you need artists to be able to pass on this knowledge about the land and about how to hunt and how to gather. And so they're pretty important to food sovereignty. Of course, you need ranchers, growers and ranchers. I have a picture of a cow there. I actually need to change that to a buffalo because that was one of the comments that I haven't like quite put into the screen yet, is like, you know, the cow and the buffalo kind of are, and I'll have a end slide, are kind of like, if we were going to have an iconic visual about these different concepts, it's between the cow and the buffalo. Of course, we have processors, which are like usually our aunties and our grandmas and our uncles who do the cooking, who know how to process traditional food. You have retail, like Dr. Valerie focused on the convenience stores. You'll be surprised how important convenience stores are to the food sovereignty model, because that's one of the only outlets for economic development in many of the communities we work with. So they are like critical to the whole story of food sovereignty. Of course, you need a recognition of tribal law and government and tribal sovereignty in order to implement your ideas about food sovereignty. And I saved this for last, the concept of waste. You should have zero waste at the end of this cycle. When we think of indigenous food systems, if you have waste at the end of this cycle, something is inefficient. And so when we think about the American food system and we actually measure that waste, it's incredible how much plastic and packaging and all of this waste comes from an American food system that should not exist in an indigenous food system. And that concept came out very clear when we were talking to our grantees. And my presentation is 20 minutes and I left 10 minutes so we could have a discussion before we jump to Val Segrest. But again, I was talking about the concept between the buffalo and the cow. And so when we're thinking about indigenous food systems, the cow, you know, introduced by many settlers as a primary food source and has come to dominate the American food system, was actually one of the first ways indigenous people were displaced from their lands. And it was a displacement that came at the expense of the buffalo. And so this sketch is from 1877 from a young man who was sent to Carlisle Indian School, who was describing like the tension between both the food system and how he was feeling being displaced as an indigenous person. The cow was replacing the buffalo, and in turn, indigenous people were being replaced by settlers and sent to boarding schools. And when we look at the legal history of land transfers in this country, rangeland that included rangelands for cows were actually became like permanent settlements and permanent land titles for Europeans once cows were brought. And not only that, they've also munched most of the indigenous food and plants that indigenous people ate. And so this displacement by the cow not only happened to the buffalo, it happened to indigenous people. And we are consistently still in the middle trying to figure out how to rejuvenate our indigenous food sovereignty, our indigenous food systems that incorporate all those concepts in the cycle, which includes healthy plants, healthy animals, healthy land, healthy water, zero waste, the intentional conversion of generational knowledge from one generation to the other. And all of that being said, like in some of the most beautiful artwork that we have in Indigenous community and in our ceremony and our songs. And so like we say in Indigenous communities all the time, we are all related, we are all connected. And hopefully this presentation would expand how we think about nutrition, how we think about healthy food systems, and how we think about strategies to create healthier communities. So thank you. I'll end there.
Thank you so much, Ade, for that powerful presentation and for expanding our understanding of tribal food systems and food economies. Does anybody have any questions? Amy is one of our students who's going to be helping us to field some of the questions that we may have for Ade.
And if there are no questions, I would just pass it on to Val.
Yep.
Oh, wait, but before I pass it on to Val, I just wanted to touch on a couple things that Dr. Valerie talked about. So when we talk about mainstream food systems and indigenous food systems, mainstream food systems don't have that circle, right? They usually talk about production, distribution, transportation, and consumption. But indigenous food systems have all these other details and all these other actors that require community cooperation. So focusing individual strategies is often like kind of misses the mark, because in an indigenous community, you have all these other people who influence how that individual eats. And the last comment I'll make is going to be about food insecurity and traditional foods. So Dr. Val talked about the 58% food insecurity rate that she got in her study. When you look at some of the USDA data points and you look at some of the data points that the government uses, they're going to say 1 in 4. However, this is like a ghost data point. You know, it's something that's used often, but when we look at in Indian country, it's probably more like Dr. Valerie's rate, and it's probably, if not higher, in some other communities. And so the data points around food insecurity are really misleading. And hopefully post-COVID, like we'll see some of those data points actually be questioned, and we'll get better data points about food insecurity because it is really high. And the last thing is, there was a question about traditional food and market-based solutions. So yes, if you look at my tribal economy cycle again, like packaging traditional food for sale is probably antithetical to how you view a food system. And so if you think of your plant relatives and your animal relatives and your fish relatives as packaged products for commodity sale, those are two very different pedagogies and worldviews that don't fit well together. And so we often see two conversations happening around traditional food systems versus market-based food systems, although many communities are trying to find a place where both of those can coexist.
Thanks, Ade. So we do have one question in the chat. How would you measure food insecurity if you had a measure that did not focus on economics?
That's a really good question. And like, I have the best job in the world because I get to fund Indigenous food projects. And I think of some of the measures that some of our grantees have used to talk about food insecurity. One of the measures used, which is the most simplest measure, was like the poundage of food that the community produced. Because rather than focusing on how much a person does not have, focusing on how much a community has and is producing tells you a very different story about that community. And so, and none of these measures, like you look at my cycle, all of those like components of the food economy have their own measures, and not one of them is taken out to be like the sole measure of the economy. Like you need all these other measures. And so the food poundage was very, very important to many communities working in food sovereignty. And again, when we're talking about food insecurity, it's not the same thing as food sovereignty. And so we have to be very clear about that. And I'll give you one example. In COVID, we all experienced the shortage of not only toilet paper or food at some point. And so the solution to that from like the government agencies, whether it be state, federal, or local, and philanthropic organizations was to move food from places like Arkansas to Navajo Nation, or Arkansas to the Pacific Northwest, because you know they had a lot of chicken in Arkansas. And so they were like moving these commodities from one place to another, which of course cost it was a ridiculous amount of money to transport these chickens from one place to the other. The second problem was that there was not enough refrigerated trucks during COVID for this movement of food from one place to another. And the amount of money that it cost to ship these chickens from Arkansas could have actually been given to the community. When we're talking about $25,000 transport, if you had given $25,000 to Navajo Nation, they probably could have figured out how to create like a system that was localized that could reach their community, as opposed to using that money to ship food commodity products from one place to another. So that's food insecurity. Food sovereignty is talking about how a community can process, distribute, produce, and consume food within a very localized area. Two very different concepts. So whether you have a food insecurity rate, always should be questioned, because what are they measuring and what system are they operating within? So are we talking about food insecurity in terms of retail food purchasing, or are we talking about like traditional food systems? And so those questions should always come up when we're talking about food insecurity, particularly when we're talking about tribal communities, because we have to, these are not like synonymous concepts.
And one more quick question. Okay. How similar are traditional based foods among different tribes?
And Val, Val can totally like kick me and say I'm wrong because she's coming after me. But even in like I grew up in a very traditional community, like we still speak our language, and the way we reference people is by region, and we say, oh, those are Mushami people, those are the Buffalo people. So those are the people that are dependent on the buffalo. We're Yak people, which means we're dependent on the corn. Those are Gash people, they're dependent on the salmon or dependent on wild rice. Like, I think there's regions that have birthed people, and it's even in our creation stories that these regions have created these intense relationships with the food sources of those places, like wild rice, salmon, buffalo, corn. And these things have become like what the people are known for and are actually probably the most valuable in the indigenous trade network. Like, I literally save up tons of blue corn in order to trade when the maple season, because I love maple syrup, and I have to trade it, with some of our Haudenosaunee brothers in New York. And so I think the region defines what the traditional food is, but we all trade. That's a given.
Thank you so much, Ade, for your time and for your knowledge, and for this is such an important topic, and we really appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so now I'm going to briefly introduce our last speaker of the day. Valerie Segrist is here with us, and you can go ahead and start sharing your screen, Valerie, while I'm speaking. Valerie is an enrolled member of the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe and serves as the Native American Agriculture Fund's Regional Director for Native Food and Knowledge Systems. She has a Bachelor of Science in Human Nutrition and Health Sciences from Bastyr University, as well as a Master of Arts in Environment and Community. Ms. Segrist has dedicated her work in the field of Native American nutrition towards the efforts of the food sovereignty movement, rooted in education, awareness, and overcoming barriers to accessing traditional foods for tribal communities throughout North America. Ms. Segrist has co-authored several publications, including the books Feeding the People, Feeding the Spirit, Revitalizing Northwest Coastal Indian Food Culture, as well as Feeding 7 Generations, a Salish cookbook. Valerie aims to inspire and enlighten others about the importance of a nutrient-dense diet through a culturally appropriate, common-sense approach to eating. And it is my great pleasure to introduce Valerie. Take it away, Valerie. Thanks so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. And wow, end of the day, I'm going to try to be super peppy for you and for myself. My name is Valerie Segrist. I'm a member of the Muckleshoot tribe located just south of Seattle, Washington. So I'm at the base of the beautiful Mount Rainier in the foothills today. And yeah, I work for the Native American Agriculture Fund. We are a nonprofit spend down charitable trust fund that funds educational institutions, tribal governments, Native-led nonprofits, and CDFIs. And our whole goal is to help. We're only we have a shelf life of 20 years, actually like 17 and counting. So we've got to get we've got a team of people who are just thinking critically and seriously and systemically about how we can use this opportunity to really elevate our native food producers and all of the beautiful work around basically what a day is. She's just sort of been my sister and mentor in all this work. I'm just so proud to be standing with her in it. But that work, how do we very carefully invest in this community and also encourage native farmers, ranchers, fishermen, agriculturalists to get in the game, because there are so many people to feed and so much good work to do. And every single time we start thinking about all the issues and sort of the cracks that were really illuminated, I think, in our food system due to COVID, it was just sort of like you couldn't look away anymore. Everyone had to really look at the issue. The solution always lands in Indian country for us. So we have several really fun publications to look at online. We've just launched a vision document looking at the infrastructure needs around food systems and how Native communities across this country have the ability to make that happen. And like I say to so many people, if you have a tribe in your nearby community, they should be seen as great partners. In the state of Washington, the treaties of these lands are still the most powerful environmental land legislation we have. And if you want to get work done around climate change, around all that stuff, you should be leaning into tribes because we have answers. So I've also been asked to talk about, I think we've got a good, I hope, grip and toothsome bite on food sovereignty and what that means. And now what I hope to do is take some time. My understanding is that this is a post-professional training, and so many of you are working in these communities. As a nutritionist myself, I sort of came out of Bastyr thinking, how can I go back to my tribe and sit behind a desk and ask people to eat a diet I know they don't have access to, be it environmental challenges, lack of acknowledging treaty rights, loss of land, environmental toxins, climate change, capitalism, whatever it is, educational lack of knowledge that has been transmitted through generations. How do I go back to my tribe, my community, and help do this? And I've had so many help them eat a diet that is reminiscent of our ancestors, that will uphold their health. And so many nutritionists over the years have reached out to me and said, how do I do this? Like, what is I would say that part of your practice, what we just talked about, what Dr. Jernigan and Aday just brought out, that is part of our responsible practice, is considering the food equity issues, how your ability to prescribe a diet also is the ability to help people make change and instigate change in the entire system, that this is a community effort. It's going to take all of us to change the food system and feed people in the future really well. And so, I'm going to try to figure out what button to click here. So I want to start with the nutrient guidelines, which has always been my bone to pick. Before European contact, Native people ate a great variety of nutritionally dense foods, including many types of leafy greens, berries, fruits, wild game, birds, fish, seafood, dipping oils, seaweeds, roots, bulbs, and clean water. Clean water. Foods were eaten fresh, in season, and preserved for use throughout the year. The diet was rich in vitamins, minerals, proteins, and healthy fats. Traditional cooking techniques optimized both flavor and nutrient content, as traditional foods were replaced with commodity foods high in carbohydrates, sugar, dairy, and poor quality fats, and a nearly inescapable sedentary lifestyle set in, so did the rise of mostly preventable nutrition-related epidemics. Diabetes, heart disease, and cancer are now among the top causes of mortality in American Indian communities, and all of these have three major underlying causes in common: malnourishment, inflammation, and stress. It is important to remember that diabetes was non-existent in our communities before settlers came to our lands. This is reflected in our ancient languages that did not even have a word for this disease, and now it is widespread. Studies in the growing field of epigenetics, also linking intergenerational trauma from the effects of colonization directly to these modern diseases, are existing as well. They're on the rise. Understandably, the health of Native people has suffered from the severing of our food traditions and the superimposition of a diet that would be barely recognizable by our ancestors. Established models of nutrition standards set by federal agencies like HHS, USDA, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics command adherence to those diets. Medical and nutritional experts have developed the dietary guidelines for Americans derived from research of wealthy and affluent non-Native people, and its main purpose is to inform the development of federal food, nutrition, and health policies and feeding programs. It is required by law, really, that federal programs such as USDA, WIC, the Area on Aging, Veteran Affairs, even follow these guidelines in order in offering their food packages to millions of American beneficiaries. And every 5 years, the dietary guidelines for Americans are updated, reflecting scientific advancements. And according to the 2015 to 2020 guidelines, the amount of dietary intake levels sufficiently to meet daily requirements for good nutrition looks like this: myplate.gov. However, many indigenous diets reflected different ratios of both macro and micronutrients. And for example, what I feel most comfortable talking about is my ancestor of the Pacific Northwest, which looks more like this. And that is very tiny on the screen, but it says 45% protein, 33% plants, berries, leafy greens, fruits. 20% of that would be healthy fats and fish oils, and about 2% carbs, which would be like a root in a berry, something like camas, which takes a tremendous amount of energy to harvest and unearth and manage in and of itself, and it's only available for about 2 weeks out of the year, and then it you have to store enough away to get that. So you're putting a lot of energy in the system to get that high dose of energy out, right? What I quite often try to encourage people to do is to grocery shop with your ancestors. So not everybody that you're talking to probably has access to all these wonderful traditional indigenous foods that we love so much. And what I would see with a lot of my community members, and I didn't even talk about this, but I managed the Muckleshoot Food Sovereignty Project for over a decade, which is how I get to know a day. And my community constantly asking for more educational opportunities. We're, largely a harvesting, fishing, hunting society up here. We did not do agriculture, although we cultivated a lot of our wild spaces. And I know that's like kind of a different paradigm for people to think about, but when I visit a spot, I'm not just foraging kind of evokes the image of somebody sort of stumbling through the woods, finding mushrooms here and there. They're very intentional spaces that I go to and harvest every year in a way that promotes abundance and promises the return of that plant. And so that is more of a cultivating situation. You could call it gardening, but it just doesn't look like Mr. McGregor's garden. So people have a hard time swallowing that too. But these were cultivated lands and foods. Fisheries, salmon fisheries were always managed. We have evidence of that dating back 12,000 years right here in Renton, Washington. So anyways, I would spend my nights studying at Bastyr. I would go to the grocery store at about 10 p.m. at night and hang out there for a couple hours reading all the labels because people got sick of me getting in their way. I'd just stand there and like read labels and try to figure out how I can get this this teaching of like there's thousands of options in that grocery store. How do we empower people to just be able to go in there and make choices for themselves? And one of my mentors, Hank Gobin from Tulalip, said to me, take your ancestor grocery shopping with you once, and it's just stuck forever. And so I like to help people with these sort of guiding questions. Can I picture this food growing in nature? How many ingredients does it have? I should not have to have a scientific degree to understand what is in the food that I'm eating. How many ingredients does it have? What has been done to this food since it has been harvested? And how far has it traveled to be on this shelf? Also, ultimately, would my ancestor recognize this as food? And then there are things that are healthy equivalents, healthy modern equivalents that are not traditional foods, but are as close to traditional as possible, that are located in your grocery stores. And these are just like, when people are making dietary change, it's huge. But when you can tie a culturally relevant and appropriate pathway to it, where they're just moving towards this space, say they start eating more apples, and then they're like, how is crabapple a relative of apple? And then before you know it, they're planting a crabapple tree. And then before you know it, you've got, I always think about, when I think of crabapples, the very first garden I installed at the tribal school here in Muckleshoot. And there was a young man who had just planted one, and we brought in a native plant specialist who is teaching about the plants with the youth while they were planting them. And he came up to me and said, I've just had a great day. I just planted a crabapple tree, and that tree can live to be 400 years old, and it will be feeding people long after I'm gone. And I remember thinking, I can retire now. Like, this is what food sovereignty is about. This is what well-nourished communities look like and sound like to me. But when you can start like introducing that food and start moving people in the direction of native foods, what I'm always finding is that the answer is always a native food that's native to this continent. It's the crab apples, the duck eggs. I totally get a day's image of the cow versus the buffalo, and that is like one of the highest, rated consumed meat products that we have in this country is beef. If you can start eating more grass-fed, but really there's some bison on the shelf, and then if you can even source that from a native producer, would be even better. So anyways, this is just me going down a rabbit hole. Trying to think of some. And then also, if you wanted to know how to access this, one thing that happened with COVID is everybody went online. So there are actually several farmers, Native American food producers too, that have their products available online now. And these are 3 websites that I super love. Indian Ag Foods is part of the American Indian Trademark Program, food trademark program that the Intertribal Agriculture Council has put together, and it is a full-on database of native foods, the products that are available out there, and I think it's sort of like the rootling of how we can start putting together our own native food boxes and pushing them out through these feeding programs. So check it out, and then also I have the fourth marketplace is to cultivate your own pantry, right? Like, there's no better experience than going out and harvesting your own thing. And it doesn't have to be all of the things. It could just be one of the things that you start a relationship with, that you learn about, that you follow, you study, you invite into your home and your life. And those plant people or four-leggeds or the salmon people or whoever it is will start to open themselves up to you and change your life. Because I think one of the hardest things to sort of wrap our mind around is that our foods were not always seen as just resources. They are our greatest teachers. And they teach us by us opening up our heart and receiving those teachings and spending time and slowing down and paying attention to the gifts and the blessings that food brings into our life. Even just saying food, when I talk about salmon or nettles, is just like, there's so much more to them for me. They shape who we are, and we've organized our lives around them for thousands of years. They're keystone species that shape our culture. To this very day, we do that. And so I just think about Italians, like how passionate they are about their food and how they romanticize it. Like, why can't we do that with our own American first foods? They're incredible and romantic and beautiful and gourmet. They're all those same things. It's just that we have been indoctrinated to commodify foods, and that has made it seem as if it were a resource to be extracted until it didn't exist anymore, instead of something that is a teacher in our community and shapes our lives. And that is sort of like the missing, it's not a protein, it's not a fat, it's not a mineral. It's like the love of food and honoring that we have of its generosity and abundance in our life. And then just to sort of geek out, this is something that was put together by a colleague of mine from Bastyr years ago, and I actually added rose hips and seaweed into it and took out some other things like chickweed. But if you look over at the RDAs, we all know the recommended dietary allowances, 700 to 1,300 milligrams. This is per cup of each thing. 1 cup of dandelion root or 1 cup of nettles gives you 1 cup of nettles gives you 2,900 milligrams of calcium. That is incredible, right? Like 1 cup of nettle tea is equivalent to a calcium supplement, except your body doesn't have to say, is this really calcium or is this chalk? You're instantly absorbing it because water's doing its thing, right? And you just like you're drinking the tea a day. I can totally hear you laughing right now. And then, so anyways, I know that I'm running out of time and I want to get through this, and I could stare at this chart all day and totally geek out. But there you have it. There are time and time again, our wild foods, our traditional foods, dandelion root even, which is not native here, but got to the Northwest before the settlers did, because it is so efficient at traveling and reproducing itself. Look at that. We try really hard in this country to eradicate dandelion root, and it is super high in all the minerals that we need to be able to build our body, detoxify our liver, support our kidneys, be really strong, and have stamina for like all the dreaming that we have to, in our life, to be able to have the nourishment properly to live out those dreams. Dandelion root does that. And here we have a whole chemical company that teaches us to like that commercial where the dandelion's dancing in the sun, and then you see a hand with poison being sprayed on it and like bursts into flames and screams and dies. Like, that's how we treat these things. That is the American cultural pattern that must be changed in order to understand the power of these foods that we consider to be pests that are right in our garden outside, that could change our life and be the answer to all of the nutritional deficiencies we have in this country that we just really can't afford. And so other things you can do to stock your pantry in the produce department, nuts and seeds that are totally available. And these are like American produced products too. I think about hazelnuts and the Oregon hazelnut producers who have a direct relationship with Trader Joe's, and you can buy them for super cheap and they're very delicious. Proteins, all the kinds of proteins that are already available in our grocery stores that are similar to what an ancestral diet here would look like. And then even sweeteners like maple syrup, which is actually really high in zinc, and honey and agave, that these are traditional sweeteners that are not some sort of chemically processed fertilized rendition of something sweet. And then really quickly, other things that you can do to help support your clients is to remind them that to feed 7 generations. That is a teaching that we have, that we hear all the time. We're trying to think about, instigating change for 7 generations in the future, but also drawing beautiful ancestral knowledge with us. Things that our ancestral diets, our principles of eating like an ancestor would sound like, that are as applicable today as they were generations ago. And so food is a gift. I just sort of ranted about that, right? To live with the seasons, that when you're eating seasonally, you're eating food at their peak vitality. And so you're in rhythm and attuned with nature and what's being provided for you at the time. To diversify your diet. The Coast Salish ancestors ate a diet of over 300 different kinds of foods, and nowadays a standard American diet is anywhere between 15 and 20 different kinds of foods on a given year. If you're eating with the seasons and celebrating the reverence of what's available to you at the time, then you're more likely to increase your ability to eat different kinds of foods. So that's cool. One thing that we all agree on, right, is to eat more plants. That's the first thing out of the gates I'm telling people: eat more plants. It will make you feel better. Traditional foods are also whole foods. And I like to think about that as like, I don't know of any fields of Lucky Charms or rivers of diet soda. Those things don't exist in nature. They are not whole, real foods. So if you can picture it growing in nature, and it has one ingredient, like a blueberry is just a blueberry, it's a whole food. And to eat more of that, gathering wild foods, getting to know at least one wild food is going to be so beneficial to you in so many areas of your life. And to cook and eat with good intention. This is a practice and a teaching that we have everywhere. Not just preparing food and eating is a human experience. It is a time to remember that us pitiful humans require food to exist, and that we have to be eating and preparing that food with good intention, because it's also one of the most holiest things you can do is offer somebody food when they're hungry, when they're sick, when there's strangers in your home. You're judged by your generosity and your ability to share in our culture. And so being able to do that in the most beautiful way, holding that good space and attention, is so important. But also when we're eating, and not just like eating on the fly. We all know the stress, fight or flight response. We need to be in a rest and digest phase. And so sitting and eating is a ceremony, it's a practice, it's a self-care practice. And reminding people to just slow down and pay attention to what they eat has been one of the most powerful dietary interventions I've seen happen. My uncle told me that he used to eat Arby's on the way to work every morning, and that he'd eat the 5 for $5. He was like a logger, and he was pre-diabetic and freaking out. And I told him, pull over to the side of the road and eat. And so he started doing that. And then he could only eat 2 of those sandwiches. And then a couple weeks went by and he called me. He's like, you know what, Val? Those are salty and gross. I don't even like them. But it was because he was not paying attention or having that like good intention while he was trying to eat. Like, how is this making me feel? So helping your clients get into that practice is going to be really powerful. And give back to the land, of course. To Aday's point, like making sure that we're not wasting our food. Apparently like 28 zillion pounds of food is wasted. I remember 28 million pounds a week is wasted by just backyard gardeners. I just got off of some phone call with somebody today who had that statistic, and I thought, that is nuts. That is a lot of waste. We could be giving back to the land too. And I think when you get into that practice of giving back to the land, be it for us, it's taking our shellfish back to the land or back to the water to repopulate and balance the pH or in our waters, or whatever it is, that is part of the honoring your interconnectedness, and that you are instigating some sort of change, hopefully positive, in your food system. And that is all I have for you. I feel like I was talking 1,000 miles a minute.
Thank you so much, Valerie. I think the last slide there was a fantastic set of wise dietary guidelines. Really appreciated that. Also, thinking of food as our teachers, and I think a mantra that we're taking with us to the grocery store is shopping with our ancestors. So Thank you so much for your wisdom and for your time and energy. And Amy, do we have any questions?
I don't see any questions in the chat right now.
Okay. And we do have, thank you for the resources as well. And those are in the chat. So if you're interested in sharing or in checking out those resources, I wrote them down as well. I'm going to be checking them out. Thank you very much.
All right. A+.
A++.
I just want to say thank you. I'm completely overwhelmed by all this amazing information. It's yeah, a lot to think about, and I think we've learned a lot today. So I want to thank you, Valerie Segrist. I'll go backwards a day. Valerie Jernigan Bluebird, and also Marie for wow, just opening our eyes and our hearts. I think we have a comment here to all this knowledge and wisdom. Thank you so much. Milo actually has a question. Go ahead and just shout it out.
Hey everyone, this is Milo.
Milo, sorry.
It's fine. Dr. Segrist, I wanted to thank you. I'm incredibly moved right now because I had no idea nettle was so high in calcium. And the reason I say that is I am incredibly connected to the land. I'm currently on Squaxin land right now. And whenever I harvest nettle, because I'm white, I feel some sort of way about using like blessed corn pollen or something. And so I have always intuitively brought with me ground up oyster shell. And I sprinkle it about whenever I'm going to go. And when I go out, I let the nettle sting me because it's important to be mindful. And I almost started crying thinking about that. I had no idea how high in calcium they were and that they needed that calcium. And so I wanted to thank you for that. And I also wanted to offer up for other folks in the group, I think it can feel overwhelming when we recognize how much colonization has impacted people that are, so important to the land that we're on historically, and all of the knowledge that they have held and continue to hold that we owe to them so much. And something that is important to remember is when we continue to harm the environment and continue to pollute, when we harm a culture's ability to access their own food, their own ancestral food, that is genocide. And so when we, it is a call to action that when we are not recognizing sovereignty of indigenous cultures and listening and paying attention, that we participate in that genocide. And so I just wanted to thank you all the presenters today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Milo. Are there other comments or observations or questions for our speakers?
This is Chris. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and experiences with us. This has been incredible. And, Valerie, I appreciate your perspective too, as a dietitian, thinking about nutrients and then taking that, here I don't know why my video's off, and then going from nutrients, as dietetics, and as nutrition in general in our country, we've started to move away, right, from nutrients back to, we talk about food patterns now and food sources, but that's such a far way from where we should be, which is thinking about food as stories and teachers and culture and identity. And that is so important to remember and so hard to hold on to. And I'm just really, really grateful for that reminder and for that message. So thank you so much.
Hi, this is Lissa. I really also thank you so much just to be able to hear and understand more of the Indigenous story. And I guess I just wanted to add a few little reflections that I've had in just, one, just understanding something that is similar to probably the Asian story is that understanding how diverse the Indigenous community is, how there is such great differences in just as you mentioned, or all of you have mentioned, the regions grow different foods, and thereby different communities or tribes, have maybe a different diet pattern of what are the standard foods. And so I see that there is a very big difference there when you're looking at the diet patterns for Asian communities. The other thing that I noticed, which is a real challenge for both Indigenous and Asian populations, is that since we're very segmented in parts of the US, are factors that are maybe more on an economical side, but our health rates and the like get diluted. And so we need to be looked at regionally. And so my example too for COVID is in the San Francisco Bay Area, the highest community with death rates was actually Asian right in the beginning of the pandemic, but these were the Southeast Asians, the lower income communities who didn't have the language resources for to hear how to be safe in the virus situation. So anyways, I know that I'm not trying to detract from everything that was so wonderful here, but there's some patterns for us to understand as those who are studying communities that if they're diluted in the greater United States of racial ethnic data that we are looking at, those are some similarities for the Indigenous and Asian populations in the United States. But thank you so much.
Anything else you'd like to share? Group. If not, again, thank you to all of our presenters today. A lot of the topics that we discussed today, including a focus on relationships, I think that really stands out for me, this concentric ecology. And, really understanding how important these relationships are with ourselves, with our food, and with our communities, and focusing on resilience assets and strengths of our communities when we speak about them is very, very important. So hopefully we'll take a lot of these messages with us forward to tomorrow as we think about adaptive leadership. And I hope you all have a great evening. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Take care.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.